All right, what's up, Meme Kid? Meme Kid's in the chat. He's been waiting. He's been waiting for us to stream.
Nice. Can you share your stream in here as well? The Devs Making Stuff stream.
Share screen. Entire screen. Perfect. Awesome. So
Okay.
I should just
So,
hop
dude,
into World 10 or what?
Yeah, World 10 is the place to go with your normal account. And we're going to have a bunch of test accounts for everyone really soon, which is going to allow everyone to, teleport around and set their skills and stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, so I can't wait to see you do cook all for the first time. Are you live?
Yeah, we're live. We are live.
So excited. I want a clip if it's a good clip, but I'm not sure if it'll be. Dude, this method of depositing the diamonds is so OP, bro. Dude,
I know, it's so many diamonds.
Dude, this guy Chubb, he's in the other voice chat. He's making a UIM for Pal Vista. He already made it, and he's recording like hundreds of hours of footage and like making like a magnum opus video.
What? Dude, that's sick. Oh, does it work? Dude, I'm gonna get to level 99, bro. I'm getting to level 99, level 100 cooking with this, dude.
Try to interrupt it and redo it. Try to interrupt and then redo it. Works perfect.
It works, dude.
Yeah. Dude, such a good implementation. Wait, did you move? Oh, okay, good.
I moved forward. Yeah, it's just a little bit of lag, a little bit of like delay, I guess. But it works.
If the world's lagging, let us know.
What's up, Keelan? If the world's lagging, I don't think it's lagging. I guess I'd have to meet other players. Yeah.
But dude, we added this new thing where we can basically host 8 worlds on one server. So
host 8
and the reason
worlds?
why we do that instead of just having one world on one server is because the way the CPU cores work is like each world uses a different CPU core.
Yeah.
So like, basically we can now host a lot more worlds, but I just want to make sure that the new worlds aren't lagging.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, I got a pickaxe for you, bro. I bought it for you, and I wanted to trade it to you.
A what? A what pickaxe? A diamond?
A diamond pickaxe,
bro. Thank you, dude.
One of the players got 75 steel.
Hell yeah. Dude, when's blood metal? Dude, when's somebody gonna get blood metal?
I think Double can mine it. I'm not sure if he can actually make anything with it, though.
Dude, that is so sick. I love this, Steven. Thank you so much for adding this.
For every single thing in the game.
Yeah. Imagine there's like a mine all, and it's just like your character is now a pal. It goes around.
Not mine all. No.
Yeah.
The thing is, mine all is already mine all. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
All until it's
exactly. But yeah, for the furnace, for smithing things, for enchanting boards, do you think yes or no? I think. What do you think? Sacrifice all.
I don't know about enchanting boards. That'd be a different situation.
Yeah.
We just have to rethink that. But definitely for like smithing items or disintegrating boards.
Yeah. Dude, the diamond pickaxe. Thank you, bro.
I want to see what happens when you have 2 different types of food and stuff.
That's some fast mining right there. Oh, do you see how fast that was?
1 tick.
Dude, I got one where it was like maybe I just timed it perfectly, but it like perfectly deleted as soon as I clicked it. Dude, this is so sick.
Dude, I have the weirdest bug here. I have the weirdest bug where when I have
What's
one
up,
of
Solomon?
every food.
Meme Kid, what we're doing right now is we're in the beta test server. We're testing out this new feature in Pal Vista, which is we're going to be able to cook all of our items that are in our inventory with just one click instead of having to click over and over and over. Dude, all I got to say is Elijah's going to have much more of a chill feeding experience now that I don't have to be moving my arm to click every time I'm cooking one of these serpents. Just click once, and then I can hold Elijah and give him all my attention for the next 30 seconds.
Nice, dude. That's great. Yeah, this is so much better. It feels so much better.
It's so much better. And then you just walk back, and then you do... Dude, it's awesome.
It's so much more chill. Okay, I just found something that could be improved where when you have multiple food items.
Oh, multiple types?
and then you finish cooking one type, the action option doesn't pop up until you move one tile to like do it again, to do like another food type, basically.
Right.
So you'll see,
Yeah.
your
So
nothing will pop up.
for beta testers, so that beta testers can know, how do you write out beta, like cook all
Dude,
feature?
guess what? Right there.
You have like
in,
a whole
in the beta
tutorial?
test
general
reports channel, beta bug reports.
Yeah.
If you go to pinned, there's a in the message that
bug
has
title.
that little.
Yeah. So bug title, insert a short clear name of the bug, and then what if there's something that's not a bug but just a small improvement? Do you have something for that?
Okay, then you would just go to beta tester feature requests.
Oh,
then
okay.
Right now there's no pin ones.
Yeah, but it's
I
just
can
like
pin one right now, though.
you would just kind of explain a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna make that right now because that's
Yeah.
actually a really good idea.
And then, you know how the thing works in Discord where you can send in, like, you know, basically every message is basically its own little tiny channel or thread within itself. I think you already
Are you talking
have
about
that.
forums?
Yeah, forms. Yeah, but that would be a little too much, you think?
Well, we were discussing possibly doing that. Right
Yeah.
now, we're not.
Right now, this
there's
works.
There's like a limit on the number of threads you can have
Okay.
in a forum or something like that.
Yeah.
I forgot what it was. I also just have never used them, so I haven't like
Oh,
tried them out yet.
Meme Kid says, also a while ago, some of my pals got deleted. I hatched 2 eggs and it didn't give me my pals. It's fixed now.
Yeah.
Okay, he just said he looked back at it and it's fixed.
Yeah, and we
Maybe
also
there's a rollback.
Did we return them to you? Return them to you, right?
I
Wanna
think
make
he
sure.
says
It's like,
I don't
Meme
know
Kid,
why it
hello?
happened.
Meme
Yeah.
Kid?
Meme Kid says, I don't know why it happened. Solomon says, read my comment, sad face. Solomon says, so do you mind streaming something other than game dev stuff tomorrow if possible? Well, Solomon, unfortunately I cannot, because my God told me to take 1 day a week to rest, and it's a command from God. So I'm going to be resting tomorrow, worshiping God with my fellow brothers and sisters in Christ. Oh, there's a comment before that. LGS exam is tomorrow. It's technically today because it's midnight. Solomon, bro, you got to get some rest if you got an exam tomorrow. Dang. Keelan says, the end of the Nintendo stream, the guy at the end of Smash Bros. Had no chill. Oh, yeah. No, I remember that. Yeah, my butt. Dude, Steven, there's like this thing in Smash Bros. And maybe this will inspire you on something. But there's basically this arena. And if you create an arena that's public, anybody can just hop in and get in line and then 1v1 you. And then this guy hopped in just randomly from like searching the open arenas and then destroyed me. I'm talking about like he didn't let me touch the ground. He was just juggling me until he killed me. Like, you know, Smash Bros. Like he had me in the air. Like Dragon Ball Z style. I couldn't touch the ground. Oh man, it was so bad. I hated that.
Did you understand at least what he was doing, or was it like?
It was just so insane. It felt like he had some kind of bot or something attacking me, but no, he was just insanely talented, insanely skilled. Meme Kid says it didn't give me my pals back. I thought you said it did. Oh, it's fixed
Meme
now.
Kid, here's how you get it back.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say,
Go ahead.
Kid, you can get it back by opening a support ticket in Pal Vista and just explain what pals didn't hatch, and we'll make sure to return those to you.
And
It's
the
actually up a
support
little
tip-
bit at the top.
Support ticket.
It's
Support.
support is the thing, and then you open a ticket
Oh,
right there.
okay.
Yeah, you put create ticket.
Yeah. Perfect. There's the support ticket right there.
Got it 3 times. It's funny. I don't know. That was just so funny to me. Alright,
It's funny
dude, are you
because
ready
it's
to
like
get to
that's what
work
I'm
on
supposed to
some
be doing
freaking dev?
inside the chat. Yes, I am ready, dude. Is there any other testing in the beta server to do right now or no?
Okay, let me think. There was one more thing. Oh, dude, there's like some crazy bug where you can have bank cards in the first inventory slot of your bag, and you can just unlimited craft your supplies.
That's crazy. That's amazing.
And only a few people found it, and thankfully they were all cool about not abusing it. And
Wait, so you're saying I can take
they're-
1,000 of these?
Oh, I don't know if it'll work with cooking. Maybe it will.
Okay.
No. Try this. You gotta have normal ones in your inventory too.
Oh, I have to have normal ones in my inventory too?
Exactly. And then it uses the freaking noted ones. Wait, let's see if it works with the I don't think it works with the cooking.
Oh, I can't even cook one, bro. I can't even cook one.
So that's a different bug now. So to fix that bug, we overshot too much.
Yeah. So you can't even cook it.
Dropping the bank cards. Or just trade them to me. Just trust me, bro. Yeah. So now it works. Okay. So that's a bug. Yeah.
Okay. Let's try to break it.
Make sure that gets.
Okay. Never mind. Perfect. All right.
Okay, so
in that case, are you ready to start doing some development? Oh, I just lost a burn rot pal, and it's a fire skelly. Yeah. Just put in that ticket, bro. Solomon says, well, I will leave after you read my comment before this one. And Solomon says, I set a alarm instead of staying up until midnight. Just Google Turkish LGS exam. While I'm here, I can't stay for long. What? Okay. All right.
All right.
Dang, Solomon, it's crazy, bro. He lives in Turkey. He's a Turkish man.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so should I exit out of this beta test?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else that needs to be tested here.
All right. Properties, beta, none, update. So what's the update for? Just fixing those bugs?
It's so we added cook all is the big thing.
Wait, to the main game. Cook all is on the main game?
Oh no. What do you mean by the update? You mean the recent update?
Yeah. Like the
real update that's not the.
Yeah, like I just now updated my real.
Okay, no. What that means is it just goes back. That's what it means. Like it's updating to the old one.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
When you click like update when you're changing from beta to non-beta.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, it's gonna like it might be like mad that
Peace out, Solomon.
Still thinks you're in the other world.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we definitely need to fix that. Wait, what? Oh, is it just? Oh.
What do you mean?
Is your account not allowed to go back?
Because I used it in the beta. Or is it right now bugging out?
Yeah, it's just looping right now. I'm gonna see if I can go back.
Dun 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 dun. Maybe I gotta like sign out and sign back in.
It is possible. Ideally, we never have that happen, but we have had that happen before, where it's like you just can't go back to the old build. You're now exiled. But thankfully, the beta build will soon be the main build, like today. So, if the testing goes well.
Yeah, let's see if it works. Yep, it worked. Sick.
Okay, so it's all good. Okay,
and
great.
do I still have my items from? Yeah, I do have. Dang.
Okay, good.
Dude, sick. I'm definitely gonna use this.
Yeah, dude, I was watching you mine with the gold pickaxe, and I was like, dude, you gotta get Phil the freaking diamond pickaxe. And I saw someone had the level for it, and I was like, buy it for 200K. So I bought
what the hell, bro? That's crazy. By the way, guys, like Steven literally never like gives himself gold. Like he has the 100% ability to give himself any item in the game, and he's never ever given himself like anything.
Well, hold on. That's not completely true.
Well, unless you're giving back your items that were like deleted.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the only time.
And then sometimes when I'm recording a video, I'll like give myself an item just for the video, and then I'll like dispose of it behind a tree. But yeah, dude, you don't want to like be walking around as the dev with like a maxed, gear and like,
yeah.
Hey guys, do you like how I look? I like wear like the popper's clothing or like.
Yeah.
Like basically like a poor man's. I'm like dressed as like a gray hoodied poor man. As much as possible to like not, because dude, who wants to play a game where like the person who you're competing with to like have glory in the game is literally just has like access to like give himself.
It's literally the creator of the game. The creator.
Yeah. It's crazy. Okay, so dude, this is just such a beautiful freaking map, dude. Great work so far. Okay.
All right, so I guess we just continue on ramps or what?
More trees, bro. You know what you need, bro? You really
Dude,
need
I was thinking about the
work
name,
in
bro,
more trees.
and it just came to me where like, bro, what if it was Kirkwood? What if Icefall
What does
was
Kirkwood
Kirkwood?
mean?
Kirkwood is a
It's
name.
cool.
It's a cool name. You
Bro,
like
if
it?
you, it's from where mom lived, right?
No, 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 no. I almost said Big Bear would be a sick name. I was thinking about this morning.
What about Frostboro?
Frostboro is pretty sick.
We already had a city
Oops.
ready to be. The Ice City was going to be Frostboro. The reason I changed it to Icefall is because
Wait, what
obviously
the
Cinderfall
fuck?
was. Hey, don't move that around. Just leave
Alright,
that.
how
where
about
it
we
is.
just take
Oh, do you
good
want to
chunk
know
of
how to
these.
like turn off the map where like you will not click on the map,
Sure,
but
yeah.
you can still see them?
Is it a lock?
So,
is
dude-
it a lock on the right
Yeah,
here?
no, no, no.
By the way,
It's
why is this
so-
stuff
you're gonna love
green?
it, bro. When you find out how to do it, you're gonna love it. No, don't do that. Do you see the pointer? There's like a little arrow. No, it's like a mouse pointer, or like a little paper airplane. Yeah, turn that off now.
Oh my gosh,
what?
that's so
Click
sick,
on the
dude.
freaking thing. Isn't that so
That's
sick?
so sick, bro. That's amazing. That's beautiful.
Yeah. Dude, we gotta
Meme Kid
add
says he
areas-
finally hit level 40. He finally hit level 40 max, total level.
like main combat level.
Yeah, isn't that sick?
That's great.
Dude, Meme Kid
Congrats.
only started playing like a day ago or something. Dude, it's
for
so
him, man.
awesome the progression level of like how fast you can progress in the game.
Dude, putting trees on the top of the cliff is super cool, but you know what would be cooler also would be like if there was kind of like a tree line, you know? You know what I mean
Well,
by
do you
tree
know
line?
do you know what a tree line is? Like
Tell
at
me.
at a certain elevation, trees stop showing up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like not having the tree be at the very top of the hill. what do you
Right.
think?
Oh, yeah. I think that's genius, bro. That's smart.
Okay, and I think everywhere you have trees has to have snow underneath, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, dude, here's the thing that's really going to be kind of a headache if you, or it could potentially be a headache, but hopefully it's not.
Yeah.
Just putting a bunch of trees throughout the city and even like carving into the map to make areas where you can put trees,
Yeah.
and maybe some trees around the waypoint. Oh, I was going to respond to what you said about Kirkwood, dude. I think Kirkwood would be awesome. We just would need a lot more trees because it would have to look like a wood. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
And then here's another problem with that is that it doesn't have ice in the name, where like Frostboro would have kind of an insinuation of like, oh, I know Frostboro. That's that snowy place.
Yeah.
Or it's like Kirkwood. Oh, Kirkwood.
Oh,
Woodland
that
Forest,
could be
Kirkwood,
a
which one's
forest.
which?
Yeah, true. Do you want to know what it is?
What?
It's where I broke my butt. It's the ski resort I worked at.
Oh, of course. I've heard you say it a million times. I was like, what's that from again?
Kirkwood, California.
Yeah.
It's next to Lake Tahoe. But I
That's so
wonder if there's some sort
Honestly,
of
having
Frostboro type of place that in San Diego where you can, you have Torrey Village, Rancho Bamba, you have all these different things that like remind you of San Diego County. I wonder if there's some sort of like Camp Pondo, like a type of snowy place that you could have,
yeah. Like Arrowhead Springs would be cool.
Arrowhead
Oh, dude,
Springs
look-
would be sick for like a hot place.
Yeah.
Cinder Fall would be so sick for
It
a
could be
full
like
arbor town.
Arrowhead Ice Flats or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Frostboro, I really like, and I have like a bunch of names that are kind of in that vein. I'll give you a couple of the names that that we had as like an idea.
Yeah.
Because what we did was I built out a map of potential areas, which are based on types.
Yeah.
Let me get that list for you, real quick. Dude.
Does
It is
that-
popping in the voice chat. All right, in the other voice chat.
I know, dude.
But,
Yeah, it's insane how many people are in there.
I wonder if people are like scared to come in here, or like if they just don't want.
Maybe they're just bored because
Yes.
they can't talk and stuff, Yeah.
Yeah,
Meme
yeah,
Kid
that
says,
makes sense.
also, does Steven make money from Pal Vista? Bro, do you want to talk about the amount of money that's been coming in?
Sure. Yeah, it's been great. It's been like I think this last week we made like something like $900 or something.
$900.
Revenue, which
Is that
great,
insane?
Which is about like over $100 a day, which is pretty awesome.
Wait a minute. I don't even have the trunks. Wait, okay. Before I start copying
Oh,
trees, I need the trunks too.
It's okay to do it without the trunks, as long as you don't mind visually
Oh wait, oh
looking
they
at
don't
trees
even
that
have trunks. None of them have.
Yeah,
None of these
well,
trees
here's the
have
thing.
trunks. The
In the
trunks
game, they will have
spawn in.
trunks.
Oh, got it. Okay, understood. Okay,
And
so
honestly, dude, without the trunks is fine because it's just snow anyway. So it's like
yeah,
the snow. You can just imagine the snow's covering up the trunk.
yeah.
So do you want to go heavy with trees all around the place? I mean, that'll just look sick.
Yeah, that'll look pretty sick.
I think you really have to pick one or the other. You can't really just have like sparse trees because then it looks like underdone.
Right. Well, maybe the town, cleared out the trees in the middle and like chose a rocky
Yeah,
place.
but think about any town is not going to like literally level, like look like a mine shaft inside of the town. You know what I mean? Like they want
Yeah.
they want to have nice trees outside their house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not just gonna like put a TNT in the middle of the forest and blow it up and have like a crater. Although that would be an interesting idea for a different town. But like I feel like we'd have to choose. Oh, but we need that platform for an NPC, bro.
Oh, right.
That's the thing. So like I feel like here's the problem. We didn't foresee needing trees. We need to basically take some of these ponds and turn them into tree locations.
No, oh, man, I love the ponds though.
Well,
I love the
trees
ponds.
around the pond. We need trees around the ponds.
Right. I love that idea.
What in real life does water help grow? You know what I mean? Trees.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Like,
this
I
just
think
looks
we
like
need
rocky
trees surrounding
pools.
every pond.
Right. So we're gonna change this into be more naturey.
Or we can like decide. Sorry, it's just gonna be no trees. I think.
I think it should
Honestly,
be easy to add in trees.
I'm looking at you putting those trees around, and it just makes the vibe of the whole place.
It just
like,
lifts it
so
up,
much
right?
Better. So much better.
Yeah.
The
What's
thing
do
is,
you
like,
have? What
just gonna be a lot of
rules?
work, so get
Exact. Yeah. What rules do you have about trees? You know how you have certain like
Right.
You know how The Simpsons has certain art rules.
Yeah, the only rules are just make it look good and keep it on grid and look at all the other examples in the world if you ever need to know.
Right.
Don't also here is the thing. You need to make sure the stump isn't hanging off. So actually you do need this stuff for help. Like
Well, I mean, I could just imagine it,
Okay, here's
like
what
is
it
the
is.
stump
So,
hanging off right here?
yeah, that would be hanging off. Like you need to have more margin. So like
Yeah.
you can't have like trees like going right off the edge.
So does a tree take up a 3x3? Let's see.
Look over here. That's a perfect example. Do you see? Look at that group of trees right there that you're looking at.
Yeah.
You see how there's like definitely a half tile of clearance on the edge of the cliff? I think it'd be better and smarter to make sure you like just paint snow everywhere that you want trees. And, make sure that it's like not hanging off the. So like those trees are too far, and like that's actually like not a big enough even area.
Maybe
to have
one
a tree.
area with the tree. Maybe it could house one tree.
Yeah,
maybe it can house one tree right here.
Two. It could add two. It could add two. Yeah.
Right there.
And they could be side by side. Oh, what the?
And they could be side by side. You said, like this?
Yeah, they can be side by side, and staggered in the next row.
Yeah, and this can always be edited. Why do I like that more? I think I like that more.
And you can make that pond short, like smaller, or like move the pond around to like have more room for trees.
Yeah. What's
you
up,
can see
Squib?
easily how.
Yeah.
I bet you're starting to learn how hard it is to freaking design an area and why it takes so long.
Wait, so this isn't high enough? This is high enough?
I saw the floating area and the stump came back to bite us again. But do you want to just bring over a tree that has a stump from the other area of the map? Oh, that's gonna probably not have a stump. Sorry. Does it?
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Get one that you know you can chop in the game.
Yeah. This one has its stump.
Yeah.
And it's selected. Perfect.
Be right back. Gotta go AFK.
Got it. Chat, what's up, bro? Meme Kid says, how does he make money so far? I haven't seen any microtransactions. There are no microtransactions in Pal Vista. Well, I guess, you know what? I guess there are. Okay, so basically you buy like cosmetic skins, sort of like it's basically the same model as Fortnite. So you can buy POW bucks, and POW bucks you can use to get the premium POW pass. And you can also buy like cosmetics for your characters. Does that make sense? So that's how POW Vista can generate income. And it doesn't affect the gameplay at all. It's not pay to win. It's literally just it's just, wait, should I? Wait a minute, if he's gonna, wait, how about I just do this? How about I just start working on the map? Okay. But yeah, it doesn't affect the gameplay at all. It's just all cosmetic related stuff. All right, let's open up this UV map here. We're gonna make this into snow. Shift S for, okay. Perfect. We're gonna make this into the one that has snow on the bottom. Perfect. Dude, wow, I'm already getting oh, POW bucks. Think of it sort of like Robux or V-bucks. Think of it as like a premium currency. I'm gonna make this have snow on the top and water on the bottom. Perfect. Yeah, just something like V-bucks. Exactly. That's what POW bucks are like.
Are you hearing my Discord notifications by any chance?
No, I was not.
Okay, good. Okay, just let me know if you do, because like I'm trying to like mute them and it's not working, and I just don't want to like ruin your stream with my
oh, no worries at all, bro.
Notifications.
Yeah. All right, we want water and snow. Which one is that going to be? Probably this one.
So, dude, so here's how trees work just conceptually when it comes to the math.
Yeah.
A 5-tile wide section can support 2 rows of trees. But a 3-tile section can only support 1 row of trees. You kind of get that? So, like, if you need a base number of tiles width to support like a row of trees, which is 3, and then you add 2 to get another row of trees, and then add 2 to get another row. Does that kind of make sense? Hope that makes sense. You'll probably figure out.
Right.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but I feel like I would need it typed out somewhere for me to conceptualize that properly.
Basically, what you're working on right now will support 1 row of trees going vertically up.
Vertically up.
Not vertically. Well, I mean like on the y-axis.
Right. So Steven, I'm curious, do you want me to use the trunk?
Yes.
So how are we gonna get this? Should we just make this tree into a snow tree?
I think that tree is hanging. Is that tree hanging off or no?
What tree?
No, it's perfect. Oh, the tree that you just had over there, actually. Okay, I think you might be able to support.
I think just 2, right? Like.
Yeah.
Like this.
So here's how you could do it. Yeah, you could do
this.
Yeah, exactly, like zigzagging trees.
This.
That would work for that. But you could also do like one straight line of trees. Either one works.
Yeah.
Can I tell you how easily to turn those into snow trees?
Yes.
You just well, you're gonna have to do one at a time probably. Sorry.
Just snow.
So you go to the material. No.
Oops.
No. Go down to there's a red icon at the very bottom, and you go to that and you type in snow.
Perfect. Awesome. I love it, dude. That was so easy. That was so incredibly easy. And I should have remembered how to do that from before.
No. Dude, it's going to be hard to remember everything at first, dude. But after a few days, you'll have it all built in.
Love that. Hell yeah. Okay, so now that we have this, should I bring it closer?
No, you gotta have that.
That's good. Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. Boom. 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 So now that's some trees over there in POW Vista. Perfect. So that's and this is 3 tiles. So 3 tiles supports 1 row of zigzag trees.
Yes, but I just realized that you can actually have 2 tiles can actually support 1 row going straight back.
Right. The question is, do
Dude,
we want
if it just
that?
looks good, like that's it. That's all that matters.
Yeah. What is this
You can make that little
selector I
cliff
have?
section have trees on it.
I think I'm gonna
Oh, you can make a bigger section of trees too. Yeah.
right, yeah. Oh gosh. I'm gonna do this. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. So do you think I have to do the math before deciding, oh, this is gonna be a tree section, or I can just work
No, I
around
would just
what
I
it
just go
naturally
for it.
becomes?
I would just go for it, and you'll recognize all the patterns. Like the patterns will just come to you.
Right. Okay, so that's on the ground.
You also don't have to like necessarily cake each hilltop with trees. Cake is the wrong word because it applies to snow, but like you don't have to like cover the entire thing with trees. You could have
Yeah.
like 2 trees in a little section, or you can like totally have all the trees. Either one.
Yeah. Oops.
So, dude, I think trees actually look better when they're in horizontal straight rows. So, like,
Or like Pokemon style.
yeah. So
Horizontal
look at the
straight
forest.
rows.
Look at Wildering Forest. They're in horizontal straight rows, but then they zigzag behind each row. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like, you're doing
They're in-
vertical straight rows. You're doing rows on the y-axis.
Oh,
I'm saying
right.
on the x-axis, the trees will look better because it won't be
Okay.
like, oh, why is that tree literally like just like sneaking up behind that other tree on
Yeah,
the same exact axis?
that's so true.
So basically, see how you're looking at it from the side and it looks better? I think it looks better from that
Right.
angle.
No, I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you.
I think there's certain times where you need to do it the other way, like you did up on that little hill, but most of the time, I think having them
Yeah.
in horizontal straight
Oh,
rows is going to be
oh, I see. Wait. Okay, I did not understand what you were talking about until this moment right now. This,
'Cause I was
this
wondering why you
one,
weren't doing it.
this one has them all looking, boom. They're lined
They're
up.
like in line
They're in line for lunch, like at elementary school.
Exactly.
This one looks better specifically because they're zigzagged that
Yes.
way, and it would even look better if it was zigzagged and looked this way. Basically. Yeah, okay, I understand what you're talking about now. So wait. So they should be
Yes. Yes.
lined up
No,
like
yes.
this.
Yes, exactly.
And
And then
then
you put 2 behind that.
yeah. Awesome.
And now you
And
see
then-
how you're kind of in a pickle now. But
Well,
you
no.
can
It's
put
not.
one
It's not
in
a pickle.
front.
I can just bring it back, or I can do what you're saying, which is bring one forward.
Oh, but that one's actually probably 1 tile too far up. See how it's like just a little. Look. Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. I'm totally wrong.
Fuck yeah, you are.
Wait, can you push it back? Can you push it back one or no?
No.
Okay, yeah.
Somebody's here.
No, you're right. You're right.
PLS
You're right.
listen to Flightless Birds from Bubble Guppies, it's goated.
Please listen to Flightless Birds from Bubble Gubbies. It's goated. Jameson, what's up, Jameson? Night Warrior 63. That's probably copyrighted, bro. Unfortunately, if you send it out to me on my Discord, I'll listen to it later. But on stream, bro, we gotta listen to stuff like Close on Sunday that isn't copyrighted. Honestly, I
Wait,
don't
so
know
that's why
I'm
you listen to
doing
my
like
music, not because it's good?
this. I think it would be sick if we pushed back this wall and then had like a tree line. Having a tree line like spatially like right, like a line of trees
I mean,
here.
Yeah, you could also have like 1 row of trees on each of those cliff things. Like you don't have to even remove.
But I'd need
Wait,
two
are
by
they only
twos.
one thick?
Yeah,
Oh, they're only one thick.
I would need like 2x2s.
The tree line could be like right there, but then again, that doesn't make sense. Like when it comes to like tree lines, usually when you're above the tree line, there's like no oxygen, right?
No, there is oxygen above the tree line. Every
just
ecosystem
less
has its own tree line. It's more about water than oxygen.
Oh, really?
Because
Oh.
trees give off oxygen. They take in carbon dioxide.
Oh, thank you.
No worries, bro.
You're right. Yeah, I think we want more big patches of forest almost, right?
Yeah, it would be sick, honestly.
Which sucks because that's a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, look, you have real estate back there, dude. You can push
Yeah.
everything back.
Exactly.
You can
I
keep the cliff
think
how it
having these
is.
cliffs are sick. They just need to be back further. Like that's literally
Yeah,
the
you can
only
do
thing.
that. You have room. You can delete some of those squares of the ocean. Oh,
Yeah.
That was a hit to the heart right there. That took a long time.
A hit to the heart. Crap,
It's like a
what am I
messy,
doing
like
here?
diagonal destruction of
Just
the thing.
carelessly.
It's like not even with like pure care. Oh, look,
Wait a
you're,
minute,
like,
can you
deleting parts
go
of the-
there? Wait, can
the-
you walk there?
Yes.
You can walk there. That's the
It's
oil warrior. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go ahead and literally bring back all of this stuff. Literally all of this. I think it would be so sick if the tree line started right there. So what if we just brought that there?
Yeah, you're on the right move here, and delete the water that's like poking underneath. Unless, honestly, you could actually probably just keep it.
I think the water is going to be important for YouTube videos and
Yeah, no, completely. I've
And
had multiple
cinematics
times
or
where it
whatever.
came back to bite me that I left it messy on like, one of the areas in that.
that's so funny. Okay, I think I'm gonna delete these two. Just this right here.
By the way, if you want, and now this is really overachieving, but you can like make a little path up into the mountains and like like a place where a hermit lives up there.
Dude, I would love that. The
Northwest or
hermit,
something.
the hermit that breeds with your pal to make a new egg.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
Breeds with your pal. That's so weird, dude. That is so bestiality, bro. Anyway.
That is
Sorry,
bestiality, and that
sorry. I'm
offends
trying to
me.
be controversial. Oh, actually, that's okay. No, all right, I'm gonna stop. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Okay, let's keep going here, dude. I'm gonna work on some
Yeah.
hacker hoodie stuff, shiny hacker hoodie. So just let me know if you need anything.
Hell yeah, bro. Thank you, man. All right, chat. What do you think about this area?
What are your Twitch rules?
What are my Twitch rules? You gotta look down. Let's read them together, boys. Let's read it. All the Twitch. How do you go to my stream? Twitch.tv/NoshiLive. Okay, so the rules are down here. It says, "Thou shalt not use the Lord's name in vain," i.e., that written out. Thou shalt not engage in racism. Thou shalt avoid profanity and not safe for work content, including death threats. Thou shalt follow Twitch's terms and service. Thou shalt treat all all chatters with respect. Thou shalt not spam thy messages. Thou shalt not seek loopholes in sacred rules. Thou shalt refrain from offensive jest, meaning offensive jokes. And then, thou shalt not be a dick. And thou shalt not exploit holy gaps in logic, meaning gaps that are set apart in logic. Jameson says later, don't come back if you can't follow the rules. Night Warrior says, okay, bye forever. Unfollowed because I do not like belong
Bye
here.
Tanoshi, I unfollowed because I feel like I do not belong here. Bye.
All right, Night Warrior 63. Peace out, bro. Have a wonderful life, man. Dude, boys, we gotta pour out a cold one, dude, because losing Night Warrior is a big hit to us. Unfollowed because there's no racism or profanity. Boys, we gotta pour out a cold one, man. Losing Night Warrior, I'm gonna be having freaking night terrors about that, bro. Oh man, we lost a good man today. All right, so for this, I'm gonna do wide sweeping like things. This area actually matters a lot more, even if no one could ever walk there. People are still gonna be looking at it all the time while they're in this area of the world. So it's honestly pretty important that we nail this down pretty well. And I think what I want to do is literally make all of this snow right here. Yeah, I want to make all of this snow. And the way we do that is we go over to the UV map, and then we're going to put it over on the snow. Control S, but we have to make sure it's the proper pixel there. Perfect. And, oh, man. And then we got, oh, you know what? Should we make this a full snow tile, these guys? Let's just test it, and we can always change it later. Oh, you know what? I think it'd be cool to have a rocky snow edge, though. I kind of like that, boys. Meme Kid says, "Yo, question: Can a quest give you a pal?" Yes, the chicken quest. You have to talk to the chicken at the bottom of Tory Village, which is basically if you look over here. This is the Tory Village spawn right here. Let me check out the annotation. So you wanna go up over here to this house right here. This house is where you do the chicken quest, and it'll send you into the woods. And then once you go into the woods, you'll end up right here, and then you gotta walk all the way over here, talk to somebody, and then get the clovers from over here. And then once you have that, you walk all the way back there, and then you go back to that house with the chicken lady, and then you're good. Does that make sense? Maybe do a snowman quest. Dude, a snowman quest would be sick. Imagine a snowman pal. That would be dope as hell. That would be so sick, bro. That'd be legendary. Okay, let's go ahead and first of all, does that look right? I think it looks right.
Not trying to be that guy, but there's already a snowman pal.
There's already a snowman pal. Damn, bro. Do you hear that, Meme Kid? There's a snowman pal out there.
There's a snowman face on it from the current battle.
Oh, the current battle, but Meme Kid, you can literally get a snowman pal right now. But okay, what quest? What quest should have the snowman pal? That's the question.
Abominable snowman, maybe.
Abominable snowman, maybe. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Boom. There we go. All right.
By the way, Phil, after this area, we gotta the next thing on the list, if you're up for it, if you like this map editing stuff, would be designing the inside of the pyramid.
Dude,
some rooms for inside the pyramid, which would be pretty basic. It would be less complicated because it's just like a kind of an empty sand room. But maybe we could get creative with skate ramps and stuff inside. But
yeah,
the idea is to make like a combat arena where you can do like a combat where you're going to be facing waves of enemies.
That's a sick idea, dude. I love that. All right, let's go ahead and toggle that off, and then do this. We could do this. Oh no. Oh no. All right, let's move this one more upwards or backwards. And then I think this will fit right here. Perfect. All right. And then what we want to do is grab these as well. Okay. So what do I need if I'm going to... Okay. I'm going to grab these guys, these guys. We could honestly make a maze in here, dude. We could literally make a maze of like trees. All right, where's the puzzle piece that I want? There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Perfect. Awesome. Jameson says, let's see the ice part of the map. You know what? I was going to say you should make a giant Yeti who fights. Tanoshi Live, what were you saying? What were you saying about creating a map for the game? I think I was just saying, I don't know what exactly you're referring to, but wait, why does that seem so close together? No, that's fine. So there we go. We have like a ton of trees there. Honestly, we could have made it a little shorter. Okay, let's actually, what we have to do is edit the map so that there's more area for us to work with over here. Okay, how do I... Steven, are you on the call? I wonder... What was it? Okay, I could just do
what's
the...
up?
My question was how do I separate the tiles? Like, you know how like
Why?
they're glue... Oh, it's just why. Right, okay.
No, why are you asking me?
No, you're joking.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking. I'm just joking. All right.
That's so funny, bro. Okay, perfect. There we go. Why?
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 All right,
Oh,
I'm gonna be like, if you need me, call me, and I'll be there in like a few seconds. But I have to work on something in the background. So
Got it. No worries at all. No worries at all. Okay, so I'm gonna turn these guys into. Oh, should I? I feel like I should do this, and then Y. Pull it over here. I'm feeling like we should just do this. Boom, bop, boom. And then I think, like that. Wait a minute. Oh. Wait, is that right? Dun, 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 dun. You know what? What am I thinking here? I think this has to be snow tiles. Perfect. Question, how do I get the COS hoodie and skateboard? It's from an old battle pass, so you're going to have to trade players for it. Meme kid. Question, how are enemies in this area going to be themed? Like snowy. You know, like snowy. Yeah. Where an NPC's, maybe do a snowman quest where the NPC tells you to go to snow piles and bring him big snowballs or some shit like that. And then you gotta collect 3 of different size. And then you get like a snowman pal through Christmas magic or some BS like that. Yeah. Yeah, the old COS, hoodies, are pretty rare. But you might be able to trade a player for them for one of your shiny stuff that you got recently. But I'm telling you, it's like one of the most limited item things. Like it's very rare. That's all I gotta say. Okay. Huh. Okay, so I want to have more horizontal things. Not vertical. Oh man, this stuff is so cool. I don't want to, like, okay. Maybe this area just goes back a little bit further. You know, maybe this area is over here instead. Okay. So we gotta go like this, gotta go like this. There doesn't really have to be a good transition to that. Oops. Okay. Like that. And that. And that. Then we can have that be like all this. Okay. Meme Kid says, do you know how they always tell you don't touch the damn cold metal? What do you mean the damn cold metal? Are you talking about the damn metal like out of a furnace? Wait, what do you mean the damn cold metal? I need you to explain this to me, Meme Kid. Dun, dun, dun. Like, maybe you have an NPC where they got stuck on the metal pool. Oh, right. Oh, I see what you're talking about. You're talking about when, like, you, like, lick a piece of metal that's really cold. And, like, your freaking tongue gets, like, caught in it. Yeah. No, I totally know what you're talking about now. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, you know what I gotta do? Is I gotta start walking down from over here. Okay. Okay. Right here. Right here. Oh gosh. Right here. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, this is honestly looking so sick. All right, let's just keep on doing this. I think we want one little horizontal tree line going over here. And I want to make this whole area snow, to be honest. So all of that is going to be over here. All right, period. Boom. Shift S for, okay. Awesome. And then I'm thinking we can have like trees up here just in a sort of horizontal, wait. How do we do this? How do we do this before? I think we could have one tree there and then one tree here. And maybe that could work. I don't actually know if that does work. Well, maybe it does. It's not the end of the world if it doesn't work. But why did this work? Because it was vertically like that? Oh, man. Yeah. Meme Kid says, question, what is money used for besides, like, the fair? You could trade it. It's sort of like US dollars or, like, Rand in your country. Just you use it to, like, buy items from other players who, you know, have a certain price for things. In Rancho Bamba, there's actually an NPC by the oven over here. If you look at where my mouse is, right here, and the way you get to there is this is the bank. Whoop, you walk right there, and you can buy items that help you train skills faster, like smelting and mountain and stuff. And yeah, that's like a huge thing for that. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's see. Why is this looking so bad? Thinking I might want to get rid of that hill. But no, I like the hills.
Hey Phil, sorry I had to be away for a second.
Yeah,
Did
no
you have
worries
any
at all.
questions?
No, not really. I'm just trying to
Okay.
I'm just gonna be trying to figure out how to make this look good.
How to transition that thing, right?
Well, no, the transitioning here is just me buying myself time. I'm trying to think about how I can oops. I'm trying to think of how to make vertical lines. Basically, I think I have to cut down this mountain right here, basically, and maybe just push it back.
Or just shift it back one, right?
Well, I have these offset in the wrong way right now.
Because, dude, look at all that empty space in the brown back behind, where
Yeah.
like no one sees all that. And,
Right.
like you could just cut that down and then move the already perfect mountain back a few
Right.
pixels or like a few tiles. What do you think? You could also move it way back if you
I
want.
kind of love.
However,
Yeah.
something to keep very closely in mind is that like the player has to go in that area in front of you, and you can't be blocking them. So
Yeah.
you get what I'm saying? So be careful messing with those tiles right there, because players can walk in those tiles next to Oil Creek, and you don't want people to like be walking and like their character disappears behind a cliff. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
So basically, don't make it any taller than it currently is.
Right. So I have to kind of slope it down into
And
that.
don't push it far back either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I changed my mind about pushing it far forward because yeah. So actually, cutting down the mountain is probably the move.
Yeah. Just this specific mountain.
The problem
right
is
here.
then you get less of the effect of like, oh, you're in this little enclave. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I think we have a little bit of room
But
to
can
work
you just-
with. And also, Steven, we could totally have a flat drop right here. We could totally have a flat drop right here.
No. You could have a one slope drop. If that's what you
Yeah.
mean. Is that what you mean?
No, that's
Dude,
not what I meant.
Think about this. Okay. Think about this. Cinematic.
Yeah.
We need to keep the world cinematic and have the ability to. It's like, especially if we want people to be able to fly drones around it one day.
Right.
You don't want like a flat, like a mountain got cut off.
Yeah. Awesome, bro.
Wait, but I don't think you must not understand what I said, because the point is that the player can't get blocked by the mountain.
And I don't think the player can get blocked by the mountain.
Yeah, but like if it was just a cutoff. Oh, are you talking about a cutoff where there wouldn't be a player in front?
I'm talking about a cutoff right here, like just a sharp drop down.
Okay, yeah. But what would be the purpose of doing that versus just having a normal slope?
I don't know.
Like to save time, basically, or?
Yeah, I guess. All right. Here we go. Dun. Okay. Meme Kid says, "Oh, Obama, I kept reading it as Ranch Obama." Ranch Obama. You gotta be fucking kidding
do
me.
that
I'm
for the
pretty
next
sure I got a
election cycle
shiny
as-
burnout board before I got the damn hoodie. You got a shiny burnout, bro. Meme Kid has gotten multiple shinies in the last 2 days, like several
Good for him, bro.
shinies. He got a hoodie within 43 kills of one mob, the Fire Skelly. He literally has the most
That's so
insane
cool.
luck. I'm pretty sure your servers are compromised, Steven, by a 13-year-old
Yeah.
from South Africa.
One thing I love about having so many rare drops in Pal Vista is that there's this kind of cool selection bias that it's kind of like a psychological thing that makes you feel like I'm the luckiest person in the world. But really, it's like you're only counting this one NPC, but like really, you also had the chance to get that hoodie from the last NPC we were doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like when you get the rare drop, it feels like, dude, I'm the luckiest person in the world. You know, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I
just think it's
see
cool
what
how
you're
you
talking
get-
about. Yeah.
You're able to basically do these, get a chance at getting a rare drop every single time you kill anything.
In every single
Awesome.
menial task. Yeah, imagine if you were cooking and you just got like a shiny cooked item.
Yeah.
And it was like
That's exactly
heals
the
you to
type of
full
thing that
health.
people want.
Dude. Oh my gosh. That's so funny.
Because people want to have like, oh, I'm the only guy who got this drop and this amount of kills. You know, like people
Yeah.
want to have things that are unique about their account.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta run. I'll be right back.
All right. Dude, Meme Kid, you're seriously insane with your luck, man. You're seriously, it's incredible. Yeah, speaking of Pavis, I gotta keep on mining diamonds. Dude, I didn't bring a teleport, dang it. Okay. All right. We're just gonna keep on building out the map here. I feel like we gotta take these guys and maybe level it down over here. Wait, is that 1 or 2? I feel like that's 1. Oh, gosh. Okay. Here we go. Wait, why would I do this? Wait. I think there's an easier way to go about this. I'm pretty sure. Because what we got to do is like this. We got to do this right here. Boom. 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 Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? I think I have some debt I have to pay off or something. Gosh, dude, where's the insides? The insides are over here. All right. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Awesome. All right, how do you guys think that looks? Pretty good? Pretty good? The board kind of looks like ass. The shiny burnout thing. Dude, you should tell Steven because his goal is to make sure that all the shiny boards look cooler than the original. Do you think? Yeah, dude. Well, you should say it inside the Pal Vista Discord, bro. All right, let's do this thing here. Right. Perfect. Wait a minute. What did I just do? I think I gotta... Boom. 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 Oh gosh. Wait, what am I doing now? I don't think we want it to stretch out so far, but maybe we do? Gosh, it can always be edited later. Like, whatever. Let's see here. Okay, right here. Meme Kid says, yeah, check Discord. This is the shiny. Dude, honestly, yeah, the OG does look a little cooler. This one looks just a little too cute. Yeah. That's crazy, bro. Dude, the fact that you got that shiny though is insane, man. I don't know how you keep on doing it, bro. I literally have no clue. Okay. Okay. All right. Perfect. Do we need one with grass? Okay. But I don't know why these colors make me think of like Sonic the Hedgehog so much. Except, okay, looks like OG Mario Fire Flower, except replace white with this weird gray. Dude, it kind of does look like that, Meme Kid. You're right, bro. That's literally what it looks like. Okay. Dun, 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 dun.
What's up, lads?
Is this March OT?
This is Mark.
Dude, how you doing, bro?
Pretty good. How about you?
Dude, I'm doing awesome. I'm streaming right now, and I'm working on the new Icefall area, which we're still trying to think of that, like, what name do we want it to be? Like, do we want it to be Icefall or Frostburrow or something more?
Honestly, I think Icefall is just a very fire name.
You think so? Dude.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I think I agree with March. Even though I was the one doubting it earlier today, but I agree with March.
Steven, by the way, I did have a question for you. I'm sorry to kind of like step in and take care of it real fast.
No, I appreciate you coming in here. I actually was AFK and I just got back. What's up?
So I need to set up faces for 2 rectangles or 2 cubes that I made for the final quest item. I just don't know how to do that. So
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Yeah.
No, you're fine.
Okay. Yeah,
the
I'll help
screen
you do
is
that.
up and everything. So like this is the final main design for the item. I just need to texture these right here.
Yeah. By the way, Phil, you're on your live stream right now. Obviously, are we like bothering your live stream, or should we?
No, not at all.
or
I
are you
want to
good
see
with
what
us?
I want to check out what March is making right now. I'm watching his stream right
cool.
now. His Discord stream.
Okay, cool. So March, you're
I'll
live,
go
by the
over
way.
it.
We should say that. We should
Yeah.
say that you're live on YouTube. Okay.
Yeah, that's not a problem for me.
Okay. Cool. Okay. So when you say setups faces, do you mean explain what you mean?
So like actually have the faces in the UV mapping right here.
Oh yeah. Okay. Here's how you do it. So press tab.
Oh.
A. Oh, there you go. And you can if you want, you can do a different layout by just selecting each one individually. But are those cubes? They're all separate projects. Oh, here's the thing: you need to set the texture for each cube to match.
Yeah, I'm just currently like getting the faces ready. I wanted to get that done ahead of time before I actually went into the main body
Cool.
of it.
By the way, you see how like the as you're moving the UVs around, they're like snapping to the pixels and stuff. Do you like
Yeah.
that, or do you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm fine with that happening. Like what I'll do in the end is I'll
And you know how to
select
turn it
each
off if you need to turn it off.
Yeah, I do like them snapping though. So like
Okay. Cool.
I'll just take each one individually and put it on whatever highlight I need. I just wanted to get the faces out of the way. I didn't know that I just had to simply press tab. That's completely on me.
Okay. No. That's awesome. No, and then the other thing, and I think I already said this, but just make sure that the material is set to the right material so that you see the stuff.
Yeah.
Actually show up in the 3D world. And then the other
just
thing is for
having-
your snapping to pixels. For your snapping to pixels in the UV editing, you might want to change it to snap to the corner of pixels instead of the middle of pixels, because the reason we did that originally was because of the way we wanted the seam of the 3D object to like be right in the middle of a pixel.
Mhm.
But you might want to do the corners if you're like working with a cube. But I can show you how to do that if that becomes a problem. So just FYI.
Sounds good. Thank you. Let me just throw these in here real fast. Grab the texture as well. Let's go over this.
I gotta go AFK.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I see. Oh, let me show you something cool. You actually don't want to make two different materials. So like, you want to just go. So the way this works, if it's all going to be one item, you want to go into your materials, which is that red icon on the far right of your screen. It's on the far right of your screen.
Oh yeah.
It's like a circle. Yeah, and then you want to just select the material that already exists. So you want to select tongs out of that drop down, and it's like the same icon that you just clicked, but it's in a different spot. It's like a little down to the left, has a drop down. Yes. And then you type in the word.
Oops.
Well, I guess Tong maybe didn't have a name. So like maybe you have to like name the material first or find which one it is. It's probably just called material 13 or something.
Oh, let me do this because I can.
Yeah.
Material
So
18,
that's
okay.
18. So you can name it Tongs or just keep it as material 18, whatever.
All right, cool.
Okay, if it's not working, then that's not good. Is it working?
I just
Oh, it
didn't
is.
bind. I didn't bind this one to this one, so I just had to.
Of course. Yeah. So all you have to do is go to the right side again and select material 18. There you go.
Or I could just use this drop down. Apparently, I just did it by pure chance.
Oh, I didn't even see that was there.
Yeah.
All right, awesome.
All right,
Great.
There you go.
So that's all your
yeah.
questions for right now.
Yeah, that's quite literally it. I just have to move the textures around, and then it'll be ready to go. And then that'll be everything ready to go, because that's the final quest item for the Rancho stuff. Tenoshi, to go over it, because I haven't gotten the chance to show you at all. I am making the quest items for Rancho, and it's going to be part of the progression for the quest line I'm making. I don't know if Steven's told you about it. I'm not
No,
gonna
I
go in
haven't
depth
heard any of it. I want to hear about it, bro.
Okay, so
By the way, I have to go AFK, but I'll be back.
yeah, for sure.
Dude, those
To go
new
over it
items
real
look
fast.
sick, dude. They look so cool.
Yeah, and like this is my pride and joy right here. These are a lot of fun to make. They are a retexture of the ink bottle, but shrunk and then made into gloves, which I like matched to a character's hand. So I have the OG
Dude.
chicken model,
Yes.
and I matched the size to that. I also crucified the OG chicken earlier.
Crucified it.
Yes. Steven has the image in DMs. He can send it to you, or I
Where
can
he's like
post
on
it.
a cross.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
I did it out of spite. You probably know why.
So many chickens. Oh
Yes,
man.
all the chickens. So the initial idea with the Rancho quest line is that it's a continuation of a fourth quest line I'm making, which is going to span across every single island.
Wow.
And each island is going to have its own separate area, like a secret area that's accessed via that quest line. So I have to kind of like brainstorm how exactly I want to make that.
Yeah.
But after completing the very first quest, you receive this recipe. This recipe allows you to make a molten log bucket. The molten log bucket requires a single molten log. You take it to an anvil and then have the recipe in your inventory in order to make the bucket. It'll use both the recipe and the molten log, so it goes from 2 items to 1. And then from there, you will need to get the gloves from the second quest, and then the tongs from the third quest. After getting those items and then proceeding past an area that opens up after the third area, so if we go back to the very, I think you have the map open, right?
Yeah,
In
yeah.
the background.
Yeah.
So if you go over to the eastern side by the quarry in Rancho,
Yeah.
where those clay blocks are, or rocks. So like up on the main path, pretty much.
Yeah. Right
those
here?
5 rocks.
Yeah.
Yes, those 5 will disappear on
Okay.
the player's end.
Yeah.
After completing the very the last quest in the main 3 quest lines.
Right.
So those will be gone, and then you would access a secret area from there, allowing you to proceed with the story on finding an NPC. I'm not going to say the name of the NPC, but let's just say that he is the Tony Hawk equivalent for Pal Vista.
I love that, dude. I freaking love that, man. That's so sick. Dude,
Yeah.
Did you come up with this molten lava bucket yourself?
Steven and I actually worked on it together. So originally I was going to do like an unknown material. So it was going to be made out of material never seen in game before.
Yeah.
It's not
Like some sort of obsidian or
feasible.
something?
Kind of, yes. So after you get the bucket, originally that material, it was going to be like that obsidian kind of color, but then Steven and I had the idea, why not use a molten log?
I think that's so genius. And I love that the color scheme, it just all makes so much sense and looks so satisfying. It looks so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like when I was texturing it with the UV mapping, it kind of made this little indent that grew on me. It was like,
Yeah,
oh my
dude,
God, I love that.
it looks so good.
It does.
It looks
And
like it has
looks-
some sort of. Did you ever watch Avatar, the one with the blue people? It kind of reminds me of
Yes.
that with, I don't know, something about the lines. It just reminds me of that.
Yeah, I can see it for sure. So
And I
after you
love
complete third quest-
that recipe you have too is such a sick item model. It just looks so
funny
clean.
enough, it's this right here, but with the log texture on it. Like I'm
Right.
reusing models, so then we don't have to worry about
Yeah.
recreating or creating new models and then having to scale it.
Smart. Yeah.
UV texture, UV map it and everything.
Yeah.
So it was easier to take old models that are seen like maybe 1 or 2 times,
Right.
and repurpose them. So now this looks like a whole recipe book. the way it's
Yes.
laid out. So after you have the bucket, so the empty bucket, you won't know to fill it until later on.
Yeah.
The tongs and the gloves with you, you come across a member of Scooter Gang. So we're going
Scooter
like,
Gang.
yes, we're adding scooters,
Yes.
but as like a evil gang trying to take over the island.
The skaters versus scooters, the old time
Exactly.
rivalry.
Exactly. And I'll like Steven can send you the Google Doc that I made with like the story typed out from beginning to end, because
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen the behind the scenes of certain things. Of course, I'm not going to say what they are because you're live and everything, and it clearly hasn't been revealed. So like you can read from top to bottom everything I've done. I have yet to start progressing on Icefall storylines
Yeah.
because I have yet to actually experience Icefall. You know?
Yeah.
And each portion of it has its own skill check and everything. Like I love skill checks. It reminds me of old school RuneScape, and like it's great.
Yeah.
So after you have 3 items and you've gone over to the side, encounter Scooter Gang, a collapse happens and blocks off their tunnel entrance.
Yeah.
From there, you start to head back and come across the Forge Keeper who speaks to you.
Yeah.
And he wants you to meet him at his forge after talking for a bit. And then you meet him with the 3 items and he tells you to go to the volcano on OG Island to transport lava, which has the unique material that tongs are made out of
Yeah.
inside. And so you have to transport the bucket without teleporting. So you can't use waypoints, you can't use teleport stones. And you have to have all 3 items in your inventory to do this.
Yeah.
So you take the bucket all the way back to Rancho and talk to the Forge Keeper there. And then he takes those 3 items, forges a special pickaxe made out of the material. And then you take that pickaxe to the collapsed tunnel entrance and destroy that material that was there, but it also breaks the pickaxe in the process.
Wow.
And the idea is that like the player can't equip the pickaxe in the first place because it is quest related. And then from there, you proceed through the quest, which involves you kind of like watching a meeting. So think of it like a combination of the scene from Assassin's Creed 2 where Ezio is watching the Templars during their meeting,
Yeah.
and the scene from old school RuneScape where it's the second quest in the Shield of Arav storyline, where they're having the meeting and then they notice you and send a Rav after you to fight.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
So they'll notice you from behind the iron bars and send a creature that blends in with the shadows of the light that are cast upon the walls.
Dang.
That is quite literally like almost word for word what I typed in the document.
That's so sick. That is so sick, dude.
Yeah. And then from there you just fight it, you
Phil,
beat it.
Have you realized how smart March is yet?
Dude, he's a genius, bro. Dude, it's like this is pure artistry, March, bro.
What can I say? What can I say?
Sorry, March, I cut you off. Continue.
No worries. So after you defeat the creature, they leave behind a note that has a password for their base in Icefall. Which
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull it up right now because I can never remember the piece that's left behind off the top of my head. It is a blank down blink spine. And then upon exiting, the collapse happens again, but you can no longer enter the base due to the material blocking it being too strong for anyone to destroy. Even with the unknown material, it is
Yeah.
too strong for anyone to destroy. And then from there, like the player automatically memorizes that portion of the password. And then from there in Icefall, once you go through the quest there, you can access the stuff there and go from there.
Yeah, so this is like a main storyline quest that will like bring the player through all the different cities and towns of Pal Vista throughout the entire game.
Yeah, it's gonna
That's
keep
so
going until
awesome.
the very last island is made.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah. And each one's gonna have its own like unique fight if necessary. It's gonna have its own special area.
Like a unique like
like-
boss fight sort of thing for each
sort of, yeah.
each section.
So what I'm wanting to do is expand the number of boss fights.
Yeah.
I've already told Steven this. So each island is gonna keep ramping up by 1 boss, or each set of 2 islands, with a max of 4 bosses on each island. So OG and Tori already have 1.
Yeah.
That's
By the way, you're saying
clearly
island,
Evermont.
but are you talking about like cities?
yeah, cities. I say island because I associate the word island with the cities.
Yeah.
That's just how I do that mental process.
Also, when March says
Um,
island, it sounds like you're also including like the local dungeon, basically like the local forest or the local
Right, yeah.
Mhm.
volcano in with it, which I kind of like thinking about it that way.
Yeah.
Which we didn't think about it that way before. It was more like each one's like its own area, and there's like city areas and like more like dungeon areas, basically,
Yeah.
with the boss side. But I like the way of thinking it that way. So like to
Yeah.
even like grow on what you're saying here, it would almost be like each city has 4 dungeons or like 4 bosses in 1 dungeon. Or and by dungeon I mean like the equivalent of like a volcano, a forest, a power plant, that type of thing.
Mhm. I
Or
mean,
you-
my eventual hope is to have 4 bosses at the very end. So like just looking at the map, I think there was like a total of 9 areas, 10 areas. So it'd
That's
be 1 and 1 for OG and Torre, and then 2 and 2 for Rancho and Icefall, and 3 and 3 for any that follow, and then 4 and 4 after that.
Okay,
But-
okay, I see what you're saying, because you're thinking of the pyramid as there needs to be a boss inside the pyramid.
Yes,
And
exactly.
and yeah, and I was also okay. So let me just tell you, we do need to decide on what is going in the pyramid ASAP, because
Yeah.
we just need to get it in the game, and it's up next on the chopping block, basically, in a positive way, or next on the conveyor belt. And
I think
can you
it's-
tell us about like the mummy that you had in mind? And like, here's the thing that we have envisioned as just like what needs to go. It doesn't necessarily need to be the main thing in the pyramid, but it has to be in the pyramid somewhere. Is basically like a RuneScape style JAD style fight caves type scenario where there's waves of enemies, and then you have to
But
do
pretty much.
Yeah, the
you
pyramid
basically have
that
to use knowledge
the
protection
pyramid
to
that they're
fight the
talking about
boss.
is
Yeah,
this
so
one right
that's
here.
perfect. I
Just
actually
the pyramid
that
in
does
Rancho
associate
Bamba right
kind of
here.
what I had in mind for the progression. So
This one right here.
reading what I have here, first the pyramid has a skill check. It's going to be a minimum of 35 HP. That way it gives people a bit more breathing room when fighting. But once you enter the pyramid, you encounter a room of earth enemies, and that's going to be like your wave-based room. So you have to defeat X amount, X being the variable, before entering the boss room, which is where you're going to have that final fight. And then you have the Pharaoh, which is the main boss of the pyramid. That's going to be basically that fight cave kind of Jad boss at the very top. So upon fighting the Pharaoh, you proceed to the very top of the pyramid, where you encounter.
Can I ask you real quick? If you don't mind, can I ask, is the Pharaoh like a 3x3 Ember Moss sized Pharaoh,
Yeah.
or is it like a player sized Pharaoh?
It's like a giant
it-
pharaoh.
I mean, I was thinking of it more like the Tombs of Amasket.
Yeah, that's
Warden?
exactly what comes to mind for me too.
Wow.
Yeah.
How can we like not be too copying of like Tombs of Amasket? Because
Well, that was like
is there
the
any-
thought I
what if
had
we did,
in
like-
terms of its size.
oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Is there like, do you have an idea? Okay, so it would more just be like a giant, like, what's the lore behind, like, why is there a giant pharaoh like type person, like, or a better question, because like we don't have to give complete lore, but I'm more wondering like how, because usually it's like a creature, right? Like a big bear or a big and by the way, we're allowed to leak cable gas is coming, which is the big pile
Okay.
of cables.
Yes.
that watch
So I
them.
can
Freaking
finally
love that
state
enemy.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, because yeah.
okay.
Just want to say you're good to do that. But
In that case,
uh,
I can read over the entire story that I wrote out.
okay, go for it. Yeah. Don't worry. In fact, I was just gonna say like you can basically treat everything that we talk about. I mean, you've been so good at like basically. I was telling my wife
Confidentiality.
last night. It's like it felt like you were almost like a press secretary, like for the president or something. Like you're like fielding questions from people and like in such a professional way, and like I really appreciate it. But yeah, I just wanted you to know that like you can basically leak everything unless that we say don't leak it. You know, like there's not
Okay.
really like, just because the size of the game right now is so small, honestly, any hype that it generates would be like a positive thing, and there's no like you don't have to, unless it's like a twist in a story, you know, like, and you've used your discernment great to like, you know, figure out what you can do. But I appreciate you like holding the confidence, because I know I never explicitly said you could share it, but yeah, we're good to share that stuff, and you can go ahead and read whatever part of the story you want to do.
Okay, perfect. In that case, I will start from the idea I had, the work in progress portion for Rancho and Icefall. So when you first come across Mr. Barella, which is one of the NPCs over by the dock, you have to speak to him to trigger this portion. He warns you about the attack in Rancho and suggests you turn back. Grandma Terry and Bev let out a scream as one of the maddened cows attacks them. So the cow is from the bacon shop area, which causes both you and Mr. Barella to run over. You smack into the side of the cow during the cutscene, which causes it to run back into town. Mr. Barella takes care of Grandma Terry and Bev while you head in and see the mayhem taking place. The cutscene ends, which allows you to go to the bank and grab supplies or put items away, or both. Like, it's up to you at that point. But this version of Rancho is exclusive to those that have yet to defeat the cows. So this is going to take place after you trigger that quest start point. And defeating the cows is required in order to access the mines, the forge, and the road to the power plant / pyramid. To defeat the cows, you must use a fireboard and have at least 20 fire. You ride into their sides to scare them off, with a couple of them being equally as aggressive. None of them give items upon defeat. One attacks Uncle Jake, Law, and Roger. Another attacks Tia Maria, Jacob, and the Forge Keeper. A third one attacks Tia Sue and Uncle Rick. A wall of cows block off the stairs near Alberto, Cassidy, and Lisa, all of whom are standing near the wall of them. Until the cows attacking the other NPCs are defeated, the wall of them will not move. Upon defeat of the final cow and moving towards the wall, a cutscene plays where the player is attacked from behind by another madding cow. Outlaw Manny attacks it, which spooks all the cows and scares them back towards the farm due to him jumping off the cliff into the one that hit you. From there, you are helped back up, to Manny's dismay, and are free to continue to the cow farm. Both Barney and Gus are hiding behind the clay rocks and warn you about a stronger cow near the farm, where you see the cows in the pen acting aggressive, have the anger icons hovering over their heads, kind of like when you're accessing a new area. So in order to proceed up to the skeletons, you have to defeat the goblins, so on and so forth. And Steven being cornered right here, which I included an image, by a cow that looks as if it has the Death Carbon curse, the main cow that spread the curse from the Pharaoh. So the Pharaoh spread a curse upon Rancho.
Dang.
So it causes these enemies and these cows to run amok and out of control. Upon running into the cow, it begins to fight back. Go ahead.
If you don't mind, can I interject real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So I'm trying to think of how we can link this to stuff that's already in the game as well. And one thing we had was a while back, and this is like not finalized, but it's just an idea, is to have like another Skelly friend NPC type character that's like somewhere around the pyramid, which would be like mummy friend basically, and would be like a cursed mummy. And I'm just wondering, like, when you say like a plague was spread or like a curse on the thing, like I kind of wonder, should this just be the same thing as the Death Carbon curse, but it's like it's just being used for evil, like in like a malicious way by the Pharaoh? Or like, do you envision a different type of curse that's like a different color particle? Like, do you envision all these NPCs that are like cursed, are they like bubbling up with like the purple Death Carbon stuff, or like what do you envision?
I think a lighter shade of the purple would do it. I would definitely love to keep that concept of the Death Carbon curse being used by multiple NPCs. And that mummy friend, like you were saying, as an example, would be one of the only ones to resist it and have their own cursed crown or cursed halo above them. So that would be very interesting to have as a concept. So we have Skelefriend on OG, and then have Mummy Friend be one of the ones that that has been able to resist the curse because of the cursed halo.
That makes sense, because friend, friend is like, I'm wondering like, why did he resist it? Because number one, he's like helping you and like giving you tasks. So, and that's why, so he would basically have like a halo just like Skelly Friend, but he'd be a mummy essentially.
And I think rather than copy paste the Skelefriend halo, we can recolor it to be that lighter shade, so then the Mummy Friend would have been cursed by the Pharaoh, but the curse is now permanent because the curse imbued itself into the halo.
Oh, okay, that's great.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Okay, so now I'll interjection is done.
Awesome. Yeah, that would definitely be interesting. So going back to the story, so the main cow that spread the curse to the other cows, upon running into the cow, it begins to fight back. It takes only a few hits to defeat, but deals massive damage during that time. So it's going to be dealing like 10 kind of thing, but it'll only take like 3 hits.
Is this a cutscene, or is this like the cow is literally killing you?
Yeah, the cow is actually
killing. So what happens if you die during this?
It would just respawn you back at the bank, pretty much, because you're stuck in that instanced area of Rancho.
Okay.
So it'd be one of the unique moments where you're not respawning back at your home, you're respawning by the bank because one of the NPCs would have dragged you away. But would
it be just too crushing to have to go all the way back to OG Island? Then it's like, how are you gonna get back if you're like a new player?
It definitely would be. And especially because you wouldn't be access to the waypoint. It would have been long.
Yeah, that's one thing that I'm thinking about, that like we really I think if we're gonna have anything too challenging before you access the waypoint, that's probably not gonna work because we need people not to go through the whole forest and then get sent all the way back to OG Island without unlocking the Rancho waypoint.
Yeah.
Or maybe
so-
we like have another waypoint, somewhere earlier. That's
that's possible.
that's
Maybe
another
up by
idea.
actually no, because I think we had talked about it before, having like a ladder kind of thing over by Bev. But
Oh yeah, that could be something. Yeah, because the
Yeah.
thing is, I'm hearing in this story like a lot of awesome like things that could be in the game, but like there are certain things that we're just gonna have to prioritize which features make it in
Yeah, of
first,
course.
basically. And
Yeah.
like whenever possible, if you can like basically use an existing scenario, that just makes it so that like the quest can be released sooner.
Yeah.
And then like we could always like add like extra things. So like if you're as you're reading this, if you're thinking of like anything where like okay maybe like it wouldn't have to be like an instance area or like, but like honestly an instance area would be good for that. Or like if there's or like maybe somehow part of the quest can be like unlocking the waypoint first. I don't know, but anyway.
I was
Just wanted to
thinking like
mention.
after that cow fight, you can access the waypoint. The big thing would just be like having food, because that's going to teach the player, just like with the boss fights, you have to start carrying food on you in order to survive. If you're not playing safe, but if it's using the same,
I mean, at that point you probably know that, right?
Yeah, at that point you definitely know it, but it'll like show them, hey, maybe I should start bringing higher heals rather than just like tentacles or tentacle hearts.
You're right. Maybe the cutscene could like give you a bunch of serpents or something right before the battle.
Or
that
serpent
might be an
tails.
idea.
There you go, serpent tails.
Ooh,
Yeah.
So each cow could drop like 1 or 2 of them.
That works too. Yeah. Or we could. Yeah. No, that's totally right. I was about to like suggest a different thing, like we like add a new food item and it's like cow carcass or something.
a cow carcass.
And,
Just munch right through the bones and everything.
You could just eat it raw. You don't even have to cook it.
Oh my
at all.
gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's hilarious.
All right. So
Like
yeah.
Smeagol.
Okay. Let's keep listening.
So upon defeat, Steven thanks you and you are transported to a regular version of Rancho. So you're sent back to the version of Rancho that everyone has access to. For the quest reward, I still have yet to reword this. You are given a bucket made, or it's going to be the recipe now, but in the writing I said it was going to be a bucket made of an unknown metal, which is now the metal for only the tongs. So it's going to be the molten log bucket recipe. And then after receiving the reward, Steven will tell you about the curse from the Pharaoh and begins the second Rancho quest. So it leads straight from the first to the second one. So it's going to be that natural progression. After getting through the NPCs leading to the fork by power plant and pyramid, you speak to Tia Janie about the electric fence in front of the pyramid. So kind of like how we have the cones right now, we can have an electric fence stopping players from progressing into there until they finish the quest.
Can I, by the way, as you're reading, do you mind if I like just offer my thoughts as we're going, or would you rather just get through it, the whole thing first?
You could definitely do that. You can also like I gave you the link to the document, so you can also put comments in there.
Okay.
And then
I just wanted to,
based on that.
Okay, I just wanted to share real quick 2 things. It was for the electric fence. I'm wondering like, is there significance to it being an electric fence? Because I think one thing that might be like more on theme would be like just a bunch of bubbling curse like energy or whatever. You know what I mean?
The reason
or
why
is
I
there
thought about the significance is that it's connected to the power plant. So
of course. Okay, I see
so
what you're
it's
saying.
set up by cable gas at the behest.
Oh yeah.
At the Pharaoh, because my thought is that cable gas could have been trying to protect everyone, but then got the curse itself, and then go from there.
That's great.
That's just,
Okay, and then
like,
the
my
other thing was the
thinking in my mind.
Yeah, no, this is amazing, and I'm like, please forgive my question there. That was a little premature. Anyway.
Oh no worries.
The other thing, the other thing was I'm also thinking like as much as like the unknown metal thing. I wonder like, and like, forgive me if I don't know something like a reason why it needs to be an unknown metal, but another option would be like, since we already have like an unknown material in the game, like the ancient skateboard and the ancient bucket and stuff. We could make like ancient tongues or something, you know what I mean? Like the more like we can kind of have like a callback to old things, other parts of the game, I think would be cool. But I'm open to hear your
Yeah.
feedback. And honestly, it's not like a thing that I'm like super pushing for, but I just want to suggest it.
So I actually did have something in regards to the ancient skateboard I was talking with everyone else in the other VC about. I'll bring it up after this.
Okay.
But I think it'd be a really fun way to play back into that ancient material. When it comes to the tongs, it could be like from an asteroid pretty much that crashed in and caused like some sort of damage later on, but that material flowed out from it and went to different regions. I think that would be a really interesting concept.
Can that be the same material that's like in the ancient skateboard, or
Yes,
or do you imagine
it definitely can. It definitely can.
Okay.
But with the ancient material from the skateboard is that, of course, it's much older, and with a recent asteroid crash having spread that material.
Oh, it was recent.
So, like, yeah, it happened before the player stepped out from their home, pretty much. So it's a very recent material, but no one knows what it's made out of. Kind of like with the ancient skateboard, it's that unknown material, like you were stating.
Yeah,
I think that'd be
that's
a very
awesome.
interesting way. So it's like truly ancient metal from outer space
Dude,
versus
that's
the
sick.
newer version of it. And
Okay.
this is just like me making it on the fly, straight up. This is me
I know.
making that idea off the fly, just
That's
for
great.
reference to Tenoshi, because he hasn't really like seen me do that.
Right.
But this is just me like boom, 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 boom.
It's epic,
Dude.
bro.
Barch is not underselling it, dude. He's very badass. All right. Let's keep going, dude.
Let's see. Okay, so once talking to Tia Janie about the electric fence in front of the pyramid, she tells you about the power plant and a creature of unknown origin hiding deep inside. That would be cable gas. She also tells you that by flipping the lever, I misspelled lever in this, so I'm going to fix that while I'm right here. In the deepest portion of the power plant, you can shut off the fence and enter the pyramid, though it is full of danger. Coming across Uncle Bruce and Jay, which are the two NPCs a little further ahead, both make mention of cable gas, just not by name, and how it seems to be made of electricity. This is Jay stating that, and weak when grounded, from Uncle Bruce. So Uncle Bruce is giving the hint: use a ground board against cable gas to deal more damage. It's that subtle hint to it, because some people may not associate using earth to defeat cable gas without much issue. Before entering the power plant, Leslie and Trevor stop you. They are fearful of you getting injured in the power plant, as no one can safely enter. You tell them that you're strong, which is at least level 30, can handle a scrape or two. They both act concerned, but let you through. They warn you that many have entered before the player have never returned, hinting that cable gas has defeated those who have tried to brave the dangers within. From there, that's when you proceed through the power plant like normal and everything, coming across the cursed enemies and defeating them. So that's where the lighter purple shade of the curse would come in, on top of that anger icon that pops up. The scientists protect a handle used to fix part of the now destroyed lever. The Cyclops protect another piece, the grip of the lever, used to make sure that you aren't shocked when pulling the lever. And by taking those two pieces with you, you can now enter the boss room. Now you have to reword this, rather than it being the offshoot near the Cyclops, actually using the elevator to get down to cable gas. On defeat of cable gas, you can interact with the lever box, which fixes the lever and allows you to remove the fence. On the ground next to the lever, there is a pair of gloves, and that is the gloves that are currently set up in the scene right here. So I'm gonna like leave my camera right here for a second. Let's see. The gloves are the second quest reward and are used for the main storyline. I don't want to leak the name yet until we actually start developing the storyline in the game. So the Tony Hawk equivalent in this instance. Upon the fence being removed, the player is stopped by Tia Janie before entering. She warns you that the pyramid is the quote-unquote source of this evil, and that it's extremely dangerous. She tells you that she doesn't feel comfortable about you entering when you have less than 35 health, or that she wants to see you safely return, which is when you have 35 health or more. Upon entering, that's when you encounter the earth enemies, start fighting, so on and so forth. So skipping ahead past that little bit I've already shared. Upon fighting the pharaoh, you proceed to the very top of the pyramid, where you encounter a genie that was sealed away by Scooter Gang, the name being referenced in game for the first time. He lets you make 2 wishes. You wish for the curse to be lifted. Then, as you begin to give your second wish, you are stopped by Outlaw Manny and his gang, who steal your second wish and wish for 100 million gold. Because
That's so crazy.
Yeah. The genie grants both wishes and then goes back to sleep in his lamp. Next to the lamp is a pair of tongs made of the same unknown metal as the bucket, which is still the wording I have to fix, which you block from Manny's view before he or the gang notice it. Manny mocks you after taking the second wish. He then leaves with his gang and open the path to the east of Rancho. This path leads to the overall MSQ with the NPC. And then that's where you go to the collapse. You split the metal behind human comprehension, which is that unknown material with a requirement of 40 earth, and then you proceed from there. Yeah, that is quite literally everything I have set up. Not in, of course, perfect order because we kind of skipped around the story. But that is everything from OG Island to Rancho.
That's great. Now, and you're also, let me ask if this is the case, which is, are you envisioning the map expanding out to the east of Rancho? Or are you envisioning
too much? So
okay,
what I'm envisioning,
like you mentioned the path being cleared. What path is cleared? What were you talking about?
Oh, you can look over at my screen if you want.
Yeah,
to show you what
Okay.
March was telling me earlier. And March, I actually had this idea because you were mentioning this path being cleared right here by the coal and stuff, and I was thinking we have this spot right here, which I don't know why, but I always imagine like it having some sort of weak area that maybe something like an earthquake or something happens and it like shatters like some sort of, I don't know, like a hole right here.
Could be another storyline.
Don't know why, but then also another area that something like that could happen, unless you're sold on it being right here, is let me see if I can find the cave. Like somewhere inside of this cave also has like lots of places where like a wall could be basically like broken down or something. But
I did make a
I
did make a pitch about like a new gem being added, rubies in this instance, and they would be used not only for tools but for jewelry. Maybe we could do that for the quarry. So that spot right there, like I am already sold on it being used for the 4th MSQ. MSQ being of course the main story quest. And then like you were saying, that wall next to where Bev is, the little grass portion, that could be used in another quest line.
Right.
And then the portion in the quarry, maybe we can open it up and allow access to the rubies after the player gets access to blood metal pickaxe. So like they break down the wall that was previously unbreakable, and then from there they can enter and be able to get rubies and everything. So it'd add that 4th area, kind of like how the dungeons have that 4th area for the boss, and then go from there.
Yeah. So do you want to tell Steven about like what you're envisioning for this specific area right here?
Yes. So
I'm still wondering.
So what I'm thinking is that the player will just simply go through, and then that's where they encounter like Scooter Gang. It's going to be another teleport area to a separate instance of the cave portion. So it'll be like the main landing and then the cave itself after that. But have 2 separate areas, kind of like how the dungeons right now, they have the 1st quadrant, the 2nd quadrant, and the 3rd quadrant.
Okay.
So Rancho would be like the 1st one in this instance, the 2nd one being the landing before the cave, and then the cave itself being the boss area in a sense. But after you finish that quest, you can no longer access the cave. So it would be like there for players to access at least once, and then after they finish the quest, they can never go back in.
So yeah, let's talk about that. So like I think like in an ideal world, at least if I was tackling this, I would try to make I would try to kind of keep the thing that we currently have where you can always like re-access old areas to like fight NPCs.
Okay.
Like that's just my initial reaction. But like, can I ask you like why it's important that like you can never go to that cave again?
My thought was just because it was the old Scooter Gang base. because
Yeah.
that's where they were having their meeting. But with that in mind, maybe we can change it to where it's like a player home area that players can access after
Well,
the quest.
Can it be like the scooter base is just like a permanent fixture of the area?
We could, and then
Yeah.
have the upper portion, like the lower portion wouldn't be accessed by the player. Kind of like how in the OSR's quests, when you're first going through the secondary quest for Shield of Arav, you see the NPCs having the meeting down there. You can't access it until one of the new requests, but maybe we can have it to where that's like a background thing in the player home if we were to add a player home there. That way it's just
Yeah.
like scenery, and then you have the main portion that the players can build on and do whatever they want with it.
I see what you're saying. You're talking about the area where you spy on them in the base.
Yeah,
You're not
that'd be
gonna
the
be able to
area you
actually
can
go to. You're not actually gonna be able to go to their like restricted area, basically.
Yes, but that'll be permanent scenery in the background if a player home is set up in that area. So maybe we can work it around to where rather than another collapse happening and we can't destroy it, a collapse still happens, but the Forge Keeper for a fee can remove it, and then you can make that your player home.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we're still also figuring out just like how exactly how those entrances are going to look for player homes. Right now, the idea is to just have kind of like a crack in the wall, like similar to what you just mentioned, and and you clear out the debris, and then you like have like a little cave entrance into your player base. That's the current idea. But anyway, I don't want to get too sidetracked. But I'm still like I have a quick question about like what it's basically related to. Imagine you do all this storyline, and you finally, the last part of the storyline is actually facing the Pharaoh, right? Or wait, am I forgetting? Yeah. Because you face Gilgast, then
for the storyline for the Rancho quests, yes, you do face the Pharaoh as the final quest. The idea is that after finishing it, you would have to have previously finished the OG Island and Tori Island portions of that MSQ in order to access the tunnel and everything where the Scooter Gang base is, because it's all going to lead back down to that search. And then eventually a final encounter, which I'm not going to go in depth about, but I really want to, but at the same time I don't want to spoil it for anyone until I actually like have access. So
that's good.
It's just like it's that setup,
Yeah. Okay. So do you think? I mean, so far what we've done is you've seen this in the game where it's like we've, whenever possible, kind of made it so you can kind of go wherever you want, except obviously you have to defeat NPCs sometimes to get past the little gates. But I'm wondering like what happens if you just make a level 3 account and then you teleport straight to Rancho Bamba. Can you just go there normally like you can now and just, or like, are you envisioning that we make it so that there are certain gates that prevent people from doing that? Like like basically one of the downsides of like having a progression wall that requires a skill level is just that, now everyone has to have that skill level.
Yeah. So the idea behind it is that yes, players can access Rancho without having to do the quest line. What that would look like is just not speaking to the NPC or have finished the previous quest lines on the other islands in order to proceed with the Rancho quest lines. So it'll be a sequential order for each quest line without having that requirement of completing it. That way, it's not forcing.
It's really the pyramid that's blocked off, which gets unlocked, right? In a sense, right? Like that. Like, what is the reward for doing the quest in like a grand sense? Besides just the story.
You get the story, and then you would also get access to like a permanent fixture of the fight caves in a sense.
Exactly. Yeah,
So
that's what
players
I'm thinking
can
too.
always access that fight after and get the unique rewards. The initial one, think of it kind of like certain fights in OSRS where they just make it a quest version of the boss, and then they have the post quest version. So like if you're looking at what's it called? I'm trying to think of the name. Desert Treasure 2. So you have Leviathan, you have Bardorvis, you have Duke, and I'm totally blanking on the last one. They have that access post quest. Whisper, that's the other one. It just suddenly clicked on my mind. You can access those post quests and fight them at a much higher level. So at least initially, the Pharaoh boss fight will be just how it is, and then you would gain access to its hard mode after X amount of kills, and then it'll have that shiny palette like I was discussing before when I gave the pitch about boss fight mechanics and how to update Ember Maw and Paladin and everything. Having that hard mode be their shiny palette, so then it sticks out a bit more.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I totally agree. Hey guys, I'm so sorry. I gotta well, I shouldn't have, I'm not trying to over apologize here, but my family just got home and my and I gotta help out with something. So I'm gonna be gone for a little while, but I'll be back in a little bit. So
yeah, do whatever you gotta
Arch,
do.
feel free to continue talking on stream here with Bill or whatever you guys are gonna do next. But I gotta peace out, but I'll be back. See you guys.
Take care.
Dude, March, I'm so glad you like read all that and talked about that, because I feel like we're archiving like this legendary moment in PoW Vista history and like real life lore surrounding the game dev side of things and like the story writing. And dude, just your creativity blows me away, bro. Like that's insane that you could just pump that out so easily.
Yeah, Steven said the same thing to me.
Like so naturally.
He was, like, in total shock.
Yeah. It's awesome because not a lot of people have that skill. I'm curious, like, have you written stories in the past? Like have you built this skill over like a long period of time or something like that, or?
So I have written stuff in the past. I don't write too much, but when I get the opportunity, just like something about it just drives me to keep writing.
Yeah, like you enter into a flow state, right?
Yeah, exactly. I have that flow state.
Love
and
that.
it just goes and goes and goes. For example, like I play Minecraft, as most Gen Z kids do, to be honest. Like,
yeah.
I'm not ashamed in admitting that I am Gen Z. But with that in mind, I played a mod pack, and a friend of mine was very inspired by like podcasts like the Magnus Archives, for example, to make their own archive in this Minecraft server.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try and write a story just for the hell of it. And it's like I went into that flow state. Normally I write much darker stories when I do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So like I'm a big fan of dark fantasy, or I'm a fan of having like a dark story, like short story, let's say like a scientist and their spouse is one of the test subjects because of like some sort of illness or whatever.
Yeah.
But stuff like that just gets me going.
Yeah.
And when I started writing that for my friend, I was like, give me your thoughts and everything. And they're like, I love this. This is amazing.
Yeah.
And from there, it's like, okay, wow, maybe this is something I can do just for fun. And then I was just like laying in bed one night or something. I forget exactly the context, but I was like, I'm going to pitch this to Steven. And then I pitched him the idea of the storyline I'm writing. And he's like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
And then he asked me to tie certain things into it. And just right off the fly, I'm like, boom, this is how we could tie it in. Boom, this is how this could be done. Boom, that's how that could be done.
Yeah.
And he was just in shock with how quickly I shot things out. And then I was like, you know what? I would gladly do this.
Yeah.
For the community, because we don't have like an in-depth storyline. We don't have one that follows kind of like what I'm crafting.
Right.
But having that would be a huge benefit for the people, because we have people like Micah that like to record the lore of the game.
The lore, yeah.
So I was like, why not just become a story writer? And
yeah.
then I gave my pitch to Steven. I wrote it all down on a Word document and sent it to him. And then from there, I just got you working.
Dude, that's
how
awesome.
I'm here. doing what I'm doing now, just like writing for the game.
Dude, and I
I
feel
just
like
finished the tongs.
I feel like even more than gameplay, like when I think back to all the video games I've played in my life, like the story is so impactful. Like that's what stays with you, like for the rest of like your life, basically. You know, like the stories from all of your favorite games that you've played. Even when you're playing a game like Minecraft, which doesn't really have that big of a story, you still remember the story that you created yourself playing through Minecraft. Like I remember when my dog died in Minecraft or stuff like that, you know? So, dude, yeah, story's super important. Dude, that's so awesome.
Yeah, just like, that's what really wanted me to keep writing too, was the introduction of the lore server. I'm like, this is what I was here for, is to write for Pal Vista.
Yeah.
Like me coming in here in February, because I started in February.
Yeah.
Me joining the game then, and then getting as hooked as I am now, was probably the best thing that could have happened to me personally.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, so that kind of like made me want to write for the game. It's just like doing all this fun little stuff and then wanting to expand so much more.
Yeah.
And I just now finished the tongs too. I added the little bits I wanted to add.
Dude, that's awesome. So did you design those tongs by yourself?
So what I'm doing is I'm repurposing old models because I don't want to model something new and then take up more resources for the game and bog down everything. So what I found easier was just pre-existing models. I originally was gonna recraft the molten log bucket into like an actual bucket, and then Steven's like, we have the ancient bucket right there, why don't we just repurpose it and use that for this bucket that you want to make? I'm like, oh my god. And then we came up with the idea of the molten log, and then from there it's like, oh, rather than be given the log or the bucket, why don't we get given a recipe and then we make the bucket from there? And then that's how everything came to be how it is now, where we have the repurposed ancient bucket as the molten log bucket.
Yeah.
We have one of the pamphlets from Mayor Nile for OG Island as the recipe book. And then we have a repurposed ink bottle as the gloves. And then
I love that you repurposed the ink bottles as the gloves. I love that so much. It works so well. It works perfectly.
I liked the little lip on it because it looks perfect for like a cuff. If you look at a blacksmith's gloves, it has a super long cuff that covers the arm.
Right.
So that cuff could be like that portion of it, because we're kind of low polying it. We're kind of making it smaller. To try and fit to the player. But you're not actually going to be wearing the items. It's just like having it repurposed to that point of where it looks like a genuine glove.
Something that you could like equip. Yeah.
Exactly. And then I repurposed the Starlight Flute to be the tongue. So
do you have a pet bird?
I do. Yes.
Dude, that's what kind of bird do you have?
She's a Jende Conure. She used to love sitting on my shoulder, but she doesn't want me to pick her up anymore.
Oh man. Dude, I've always wanted to get a pet bird. Like, that is so sick. That is so sick.
Yeah, we've had her for, I think, like 5 years now.
Wow. How long do birds live? I guess different species live different amounts. Because have you heard of those ravens that live, like, super long, like, freaking, how long do they live? Like, 80 years and stuff, like ravens? Yeah. I'm pretty sure ravens live like a crazy long time.
Yeah, they do. Jende Conures, they typically live for 20 to 30 years in captivity.
Wow. Dude, you're going to have this bird for like the rest of your life, basically? Wait, no, that's not. No.
Until I'm like in my 50s.
Until you're, that's like a long time, dude. That's the kind of pet where you like, where it's like not even a pet at that point. It's like an actual like companion in life.
Yeah,
it's so awesome.
And she's like my best friend, pretty much. We've had her since I lived like in Anaheim. So I'm from Orange County, for reference.
Oh wow, my mom lived in. My mom went. Steven and I's mom went to college in Orange County like just a couple years ago. She was living there. Yeah, because we live in San Diego.
Yeah, I know that much from Steven mentioning it before. I'm up north.
Awesome.
Yeah, I used to live out there, and then we've had her since then. I moved out back in like 2019 from the Inland Empire to there.
Yeah.
We had her like maybe a few months before that, and then from there, like I stayed at home. I commuted from Anaheim to Norco for college and everything. And then COVID hit, stayed at home, and then we got like 2 husky mixes.
Yeah.
And they both attacked my bird after she flew down, pulled out all her tail
No.
feathers.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
and like she like cuddled up to my neck. She was shaking and everything. So I had her in my
Oh.
room for the longest time, and we had to give up the dogs because of that, because they attacked
Yeah.
the bird. And then from there, it's just like she became my best friend at that point.
Yeah.
She just like clung to me because I had her cage in my room right next to me.
Aw. Yeah.
I would cover her up at night. I would feed her. I would give her new water.
Yeah.
But she was always in my room from that point on. And then after we got rid of them, before we moved out to Texas for a few months, which of course we came back.
Yeah.
She was back downstairs, and then she was downstairs, but we didn't clip her wings so she could fly around and everything. So she would like fly up the staircase and land on my shoulder when I'm walking up.
Yeah.
But she would always like cling to my shoulder because of that. And then when we got our corgi back in May last year, she started to become more abrasive to me picking
Yeah.
her up. But she'll like let me scratch her head sometimes, or if she flies down and my mom picks her up, she'll like gladly go on my shoulder, or I'll pick her up and she'll want on my shoulder. I'll give her
Right.
like head scratches. I'll give her kisses on her beak, and she'll make like little kissing sounds.
Aw. Yeah.
Such a sweet bird. Absolutely love her. Yeah, we've had her for quite a while though, and then we have 3 dogs now. The corgi that I already mentioned, and then we have a rat terrier chihuahua mix. She's on the other side.
Wait,
She's
did you
like
say
89
rat
pounds.
terrier chihuahua mix?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, rat terriers are like wiry hair kind of dogs.
Yeah.
And then like she's also part chihuahua, right? But she's like a longer dog kind of thing.
Yeah.
She was actually abandoned at a groomer's,
Oh.
and my mom saw a posting on Facebook for her, and she went right over.
Wow.
Dog instantly warmed up to her, and she's like, "Okay, this is my
Yeah.
dog now." And then we have
Yeah.
a Pomeranian Chihuahua mix that we picked up when she was like 8 weeks old. Those 2
Yeah.
have been bonded ever since. She's like 7 or 8 years old now.
Oh man. Wow. Aren't animals just so special? You could have like such crazy like deep relationships with them. It's crazy that like people would abandon them and abuse them and stuff. You know, it's sad.
Yeah, but now Precious, the oldest one, she's the one that was abandoned.
Yeah.
She's been a huge part of the family, and she loves attention.
Heck
Like
yeah.
if another animal is getting attention, she'll want it even more. She'll get in your face.
That's funny.
Yeah, like she is just dead set on being the attention hog.
Yeah.
And then Coco, that's the Pomeranian Chihuahua mix.
Yeah.
She is pretty abrasive when it comes to getting attention. Like she cowers a bit. When she was younger, she didn't like getting picked up at all, and then she started letting me pick her up, and then me and my mom pick her up, and now it's gone to the point where she's okay with both of us picking her up whenever.
Nice. Yeah.
And she loves getting attention too. Like she used to be so scared of getting any, but now she's like another attention hog. And then Ian, the corgi, I say it's short for Kardashian to piss off my mom.
Short for what?
Kardashian, because corgis are famous for having huge butts.
That's.
And I told my mom that. She's like, "No, we are not naming him that." And then she asked my brother, who has Downs, so he's
Yeah.
nonverbal for reference, so he
Okay.
can't really actually say his words, but he can kind of make sounds akin to them.
Akin to, so he has sort of like almost like code words.
In a sense, yes. So he doesn't speak like we do now. He's more like a babble kind of thing.
Yeah.
But he's like kind of getting better with getting the sounds down because he's hard of hearing. So like he wants French fries, and he'll go like rice.
Yeah.
That's his way of saying that.
Yeah.
And then for chicken, he'll kind of go like chicken.
Yeah.
He can't really make the sounds properly.
Right.
But my mom gave him like 2 options for the name, and one of them being Ian, and he goes Ian, and it's clear as day, and she's like,
Yeah.
oh no,
It's like we
that's
have
his
to.
name now, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm like, yes. So whenever I go and tease her, it's like, so how's Kardashian doing? And she'll look at me like,
Yeah.
you did not just say that.
That's so funny, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, Ian the Corgi, he's a little over a year old now. And then we have Luca, the Gende conure I was mentioning. Such a beautiful bird.
Yeah.
She's a piece of work, to say the least. She goes through so many different personality changes.
Wow, Meme Kid says I've killed 2.7k burn rot things. So burn rots. You've killed 2,700 of them and still no hoodie. I think Meme Kid used his all of his luck earlier because I don't know if you saw this, March, but basically, let me go to the bot commands and see if I can go up to where we were looking at Meme Kid's like rates. He got like shinies after like 50 kills on multiple things, on multiple different things.
Oh my god.
It's so insane. Gosh, where is it? Oh yeah, Meme Kid. Let's see here. 600 nights, and he has a shiny night hoodie, which is a 1 in 20,000, right? Or
10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
1 in 10,000 drop after 600 kills on the nights. Yeah, used up your luck there, bucko.
Jeez.
Ember Maw, kill count of 5. 1 Ember Maw egg after 5 kills on the Ember Maw. Meme Kid killed 1,400 Turtle Warriors and has a shiny Turtle Warrior skateboard and 18 eggs. It's so insane. Meme Kid, night count 430, and he got that shiny hoodie after 400 kills, which is insane. And look at Fawn over here. Fawn has killed 117,000 times Skelly Friend.
It still has yet to get a shiny.
Wait, 117,000?
Yep.
Wait,
And
he has to
most
be
of them are
botting or
from
something.
before-
What the?
No,
Okay.
he did it through nursing school,
Wow.
and he did it
40
before the
eggs.
changes.
Skelly
Like,
Friend
most of those-
skateboard.
Most of those kills are before the changes too.
That's so insane. That's so crazy, bro. 14 Skelly Friend hoodies. Oh my goodness. So through med
Truly a
school, he's
beast.
doing that. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
That's so insane. 100,000 times. I can't even imagine. That's
And then look at my
crazy.
chicken hatch count before he was a hoodie.
3,000.
That's before
Bro.
the OG hoodie.
Oh no. Dude, that's the thing about the changes. That I'm like, sometimes it's so funny because sometimes changes make it so that it's like, oh, I wish I would have done this before the change. And then some changes are like, wow, I'm so pissed off I did this after the change. For me personally, I was running out of bank space in my items, and there's no reason for pals at the time. So I literally released all of my pals, all my level 1 duplicates. And then the change comes out for the death carbon, where you could sacrifice your pals to the chamber. And it was literally like days after I did this is when the update came out, and I was like, Steven, I should have asked you what updates you had planned. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's too funny.
That is.
Man, so do you are you like in school or doing some kind of job or something, or
I was in school for a bit. So
Yeah.
I was going for my associates in computer information systems with a cyber
that's
security
sick.
focus.
Hell yeah.
But I wanted to take a break from school because I had just finished a program at a community college within the Anaheim, like Fullerton School District.
Fullerton School. My mom literally graduated from Fullerton University with a accountant
That's insane.
bachelor. Yeah.
I went to NOCE, which is the community college there. It's basically a free college that allows
Nice.
students to get their like GED, get certain certificates
Yeah.
for free. So I was doing the Google IT program there, and while I was doing that, I was going for my associates.
Yeah.
And I was also working there at the same time. After I finished the program for the Google IT stuff,
Yeah.
I got really burnt out with school. Like,
No,
I was
get it,
having
bro.
a hard time focusing.
Yeah.
In my classes, like, I finished as many classes as I could. I just couldn't do it anymore.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take a break. So I'm currently taking a break from school, but I work at an elementary school as a SPED intervention assistant.
Oh, that's
Um,
dude. My wife did similar stuff to that.
And
Yeah.
the student I worked with scarred my hands.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. What,
Yeah,
how did they do it? Was it some kind of tool or with like?
No, so she had really short nails. She
Okay.
just graduated this past Thursday, actually.
Wow.
She's going to the middle school right next to the high school in my school district.
Yeah.
But she had really sharp nails, even though they were super short.
Yeah.
And one of her things is that when her head hurts, she wants you to put pressure on it. So
Yeah.
she would take my hand and want me to like put pressure. So
Yeah.
I'm putting pressure down, and then she digs her nails into my fingers. And she would go after my
Wow.
thumb a lot.
Ooh.
And
Yeah.
multiple times, like, she broke skin.
Oh.
At one point, it was bleeding,
Wow.
but I didn't report it because it was like a pretty minor cut.
Yeah.
It didn't like go super deep.
Right.
She would headbutt. Like, I have a bruise on both the surface and the bone from where she headbutt me on the arm.
Wow.
The bone one isn't too bad. Like, it's a pretty minimal bruise that's already mostly healed. But
Yeah.
the bruise on my arm itself, like, it's hard as a rock. Even right now, I just ran my fingers over it. It doesn't, like, the pain doesn't
Yeah.
bother me all too much because it's kind of subsided a lot.
Uh-huh.
But the welt from the bruise is still right there.
Yeah.
And then she would try and bite me. Like, at one point when I first started out, because I started
Yeah.
out like end of April, start of May, she tried to bite me and kind of got my side a little bit
Yeah.
and left a bruise right there. And then she would keep trying to bite me. She would try and lick my arms and hands. It's like, no, don't do that. And then it would start a
Yeah.
fight. She would like bit on her fingers and throw the spit at you.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a lot. Like, on Thursday, they had the graduation ceremony for 5th and 6th graders because the middle school has it set up differently for both sections.
Uh-huh.
And her parents just left her. Like,
Oh.
they went there for the ceremony and then left right after, leaving her with us. And it's like,
With you
you
guys.
think you would take, yeah, you think you would take your kid on the day they graduate from elementary school.
Wow.
But yeah,
That's
I told my
interesting.
mom about it because, like, I told her everything about my student because she works for one of the middle schools in the district as well,
Uh-huh.
and she's another SPED intervention assistant, and she doesn't have violent students. Luckily, like, I'm glad she doesn't have violent students. But I
Yeah.
was telling her about mine when I first started out, and when I told her like about the student being left behind by her parents, and then she would tell other people that work in the school district that she works with, including someone that has worked with the student before when they were in aid.
Yeah.
They were like, what?
Like
Her
that
parents
person
left her
Yeah.
behind?
She can. Yeah.
Like,
That's
they
wild.
rushed out as fast as they could. It was
Oh my
crazy.
gosh. Yeah.
And I was like in the classroom because initially their ceremony was like 8:30 and I got in at 8:45. So another aide was with her during the ceremony and I was in
Yeah.
the classroom. And they came back after I finished taking care of something for one of the kids. I'm like, wasn't she supposed to go home? And they told me the story and it's like, what? They did what now?
Yeah. Yeah.
They wouldn't even keep her home when she was sick unless she threw up or had diarrhea.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah.
because of that, I'm immunocompromised. For reference, I have psoriasis and I have to take injections to
Oh
help
wow.
treat
Yeah.
it, which makes me immunocompromised because it has to lower my immune system. And she was sick and coughing all over me, and
Yeah.
because of that, I got put on 7 different rounds of medications, including an inhaler.
Oh
I
my
have to
goodness.
use that inhaler even right now
Yeah.
because of how bad my lungs are in the first place. So my lungs were fairly
Wow.
weakened when I was younger anyway,
Yeah.
but they aren't very strong. And she coughed all over me, and it's like, oh no, I'm about to
Yeah.
get sick, aren't I?
Yeah.
Then I get sick. I get bedridden for like 5 days.
Oh my
It's like,
goodness.
oh. Yeah, it was crazy. And I kind of like, even right now, I miss my student.
Yeah.
I worked with her for a very short amount of time. It's like I miss her. It's like,
Yeah.
why would I miss her even though she did so much to me?
I
It's
know.
like, because I worked with her and I'm worried about her.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it's such a fulfilling job. I have so many fun students that I interacted with. I worked with one that he's very high functioning, but
Uh-huh.
he has deformed hands.
Wow,
I
yeah.
don't remember what causes that disability. Like his hands are deformed, so like his index and middle finger are fused together, his pinky and ring finger are fused together.
Wow.
And he was like, I asked him, are you going to be graduating this year, or are you going to be staying? And he's like, I'm going to be staying. Are you going to be staying? I'm like, oh, this kid is
Oh
so
no. Yeah, that's so
Um,
sweet. Oh.
sweet. And he's such a blast to work with. I miss so many of my kiddos that just graduated. I miss even the students, even though it's been a couple days, the students that are still staying within the district. I miss them.
Yeah.
It's just, or staying at the school, not the district.
Right.
It's like, these are the kids I love to work with. And even though I'm new to not only elementary, but working in a sped field, because I worked at a college before.
Yeah.
In the tech department, I worked in the Career Skills and Resource Lab of NOCE as their computer specialist for the Google IT program. So any students that had issues in the Google IT program, I would be there to assist them.
Yeah.
And that was what I did before. And then when I lost my job in December, I just had to find something else to do. And then I got the interview with the school I work with now, and they're like, okay, we're gonna keep going with you. Like, they wanted me in there because I have experience from my brother.
Yeah.
And this is my first time in a scenario like this. This is
Yeah.
my first time working in SPED. It's my first time working at an elementary school, but it's not my first time working with kids with disabilities because of my brother.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's interesting to me that in the short amount of time I've been there, I've already grown so much on the students, both the ones that have left and the ones that are staying. I have one student that, funny enough, shares my same nickname. He just spells his with an H and I spell mine with a K.
Oh, that's funny.
And he has the longer version of my name too. So
Wow.
for reference, like, this is already public. My nickname is Zach, and
Yeah.
my full name is Zachary.
Yeah.
His full name is Zachariah, and he went by Zach with an H, and I go by K, even though I spell Zachary with an H.
Yeah.
And he's like, right before he graduated, I'm gonna miss you because you're one of my favorite people. I'm like,
Aw.
oh,
So
my
sweet.
heart.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's so sweet.
yeah. It's great working in that field when you have such a great bunch of kids, and even the kids that are a bit more like abrasive or more violent,
Yeah.
you still grow on them and they grow on you
Yeah.
in return. So it's like, it's a very fulfilling job to me, even though it can be also very stressful. It's
Yeah,
fulfilling.
and it's rewarding in a different way than other jobs, right? Because you know, other people will have jobs where their boss rewards them for a certain amount of sales or something, you know. But in this
Like
job,
commissions and stuff.
you are being, you know, if you're doing your job right, you can still end the day with a bruise on your head from a kid, you know, especially the older you get, the
Yeah.
more risky it can be. And it's like, you do your job perfectly and you've done an amazing job, and some days you probably don't come home with a thank you or anything, but you still know what you did is awesome.
Yeah.
But I can imagine that can wear you down over like a long period of time, you know. I've seen
Yeah,
those
it definitely does.
older people working in the SPED like stuff, and I've noticed they get a lot more comfortable with being maybe a little more stern with the kids than, you know what I mean? Like some people who have, for example, special need parents, they're a little more aggressive with them, which I don't know if that's okay or not, but they could be rougher and more comfortable with being aggressive towards people. I don't know how you feel about that, but
no, I definitely see
yeah.
it, because like the teacher I worked with, she's ex-military. She was in the army,
Yeah.
and she was very stern with the students. Of course, she's had them for multiple years.
Yeah.
And I'm fairly new, but at the same time, I got to see what she has to do in order to get the kids to listen. And like, it's completely
Right.
understandable because
Yeah.
of how some of those kids act. Like, she was stern. I had to be stern. I had to be physical with the student that I worked with because of the way she attacked me.
Yeah.
Like, it's just the nature of the field.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like-
I bet it takes a lot of like patience, you know? Like, oh man, the patience that you have to have, and self-control to be able to control yourself and be like, okay, there's a certain amount of physical force I have to exert to make sure this student isn't dangerous, but then at the same time, I have to protect this kid from even hurting themselves and hurting me and
Yeah.
hurting others. Oh man. Yeah.
That is quite literally at the end of the day what my job was.
Yeah.
Was being able to manage that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I was working once at an elementary school, just like a normal, like all perfectly functioning kids, in gosh, what is that town? It was some it starts with an F. I don't know why I can't remember it, but it was this place in Colorado, not Wait a minute, yes, Fresno. Was it the same name as the California
that's a city
city?
here. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be Wait, let me look it up because I think you might be right. Fresno, Colorado.
I just happen to be.
No, it's a different F name, isn't there? No, honestly, it might be Fresno. The town
my
of
God.
Fresno.
What are the odds?
I think it is, because it's so funny because my wife's my parents-in-laws all live in no, that's not it. Is it? No, that's different. Let me look up
that's showing
Vail
California.
Resort, Colorado, because it's nearby there. It's very close by to. Oh gosh, what's it called? It's an F.
At that point, I would just look up like cities that start with F in Colorado.
Yeah, cities that start with F in Colorado. Oh my gosh, why can't I remember?
There's only a
That's
few
so
of them.
funny.
Federal Heights, Florence, Fort Collins, Loopton, Morgan, Fountain, and Fuchsia.
I don't know why I can't remember, but anyways, I guess it's not really important. But this place I worked in Colorado, I worked at like the local high school there, or sorry, elementary school, and I was just working at like for the after school fun club is what they called it. So all the parents who like needed to work jobs and stuff, their kids would be there after school, and all of them were like perfectly functioning, right? But they still were like misbehaved in different ways. And there's this one kid specifically that might have been a little autistic, but he was being very mean to the other kids, and when he started getting physical, I literally needed to step in and like grab his wrist, and he cried and tried to make it seem like I was like abusing him or something, but then the other adults came in and was like, bro, like this is not your first time trying to beat up a kid, like you can't do this, we're gonna have to physically stop you from hurting people, you know. So yeah, it's a crazy field to work in, but like highly rewarding emotionally and spiritually, I think.
Definitely.
Because the impact you have on them, for better or for worse, will stick with it'll affect them for the rest of their lives. You know, like those experiences as a kid are so foundational to how you treat people for a very long time, for years to come.
Yeah, and like I love the field I work in, genuinely. I would never stop doing it if I had the chance. Like I love teaching. I wanted to be a teacher for NOC. They required 6 years experience of teaching. It's like, okay, well, I can't do that.
Yeah.
But at the very least, like I'm getting to still get that teaching drive while also being able to help children develop. And
Yeah.
that's one thing I was hired on for too, was not only that, but you had also mentioned patience. I am a very patient individual. Like I mentioned before, I have my kid brother that I live with and I work with him. I am very patient with him, and that patience translates to the job.
Yeah.
And it just keeps going. Like it's never ending patience. But that's just how I am as a person. I'm always very patient. When I talk to the speech therapist for the student I worked with, they're like, you have the perfect kind of personality for these kids because you're so relaxed, you're so chill, and they need that kind of vibe for not themselves but for others as well within their classrooms. So then they feel comfortable, and then they feel like they're in a safe place.
Right.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun working this past school year. Like, I'm really sad that the school year's over. I'm really sad that some of my students have graduated. At the same time, I'm proud of them.
Right.
You know? But it's gonna be interesting, starting next year.
Yeah. What and remind me, what are you planning to do it again next year for a different district or?
No, I'm gonna be staying in the district. I was hired specifically for the elementary school I work at.
Okay. Yeah.
But I want to work with the same teacher. I tried to talk to the department head for the SPED department. One of the administrators. Never got a call back. I left a voicemail and everything. I was like, hey, at least for summer school, can I be placed with a teacher? And then I was going to follow up if they ever called me back, if I would be able to be placed in the same classroom for next school year. I may also just have to talk to like the secretary or the principal of my elementary school. I'm not 100% sure, but I want to be placed within the same school or not the same school, the same classroom, because of the students I already have experience with.
Yeah.
And a lot of the kids that are going in from 3rd grade are going to be very physical. They won't be like my student where they throw spit or they bite or anything, but they throw a lot of punches.
Yeah.
And me personally, I can take a punch, especially from a kid. Like, if I'm getting punched, it's like, okay, that's fine, that's fine. If I'm getting spit thrown at me, it's like, oh well.
Yeah. No. Ugh. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, that's something I want to do, so then I not only help the teacher I've worked with so far, who has given me like presents for working with her. Like, she got me a custom embroidered lunch pail that says my name on it.
Wow.
And it's like, it was so sweet of her. She's like, I'm not sure if you'll like anything inside of it. I'm like, I love every single thing you put in here. She gave me like a bottle of Gatorade. She gave me a bag of Doritos. And, like a 4 snack size pack of Hershey's.
Oh, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was so sweet of her. She's brought me like breakfast burritos before I get to work. She'll like bring it for everyone, and then she left some off to the side. As a thank you for one of the other aides' birthday, I went out of my way. I asked the other aides, hey, if I were to go pick up donuts, what kind of donuts would you prefer? And so I got everyone's preference.
Dude, that's
I
awesome.
got them 2 of everything.
Yeah.
So it's like everyone had 2 of their favorite kind of donuts.
Yeah.
If they said any donut, I just kind of got like sprinkle kind of donuts. So like the standard donuts you would see in like a movie kind of thing.
Right.
Just then they have it. And they're like, oh, thank you so much. I'm like, of course. Everyone else does so many nice things to help support me. Might as well do the same for everyone else. So
yeah,
it's been so mumuch fun just working at my school. I'm really hoping to just be with the same group of people and the same group of kids.
Yeah. No, I imagine that's because then otherwise you're picking up almost like somebody else's like I don't even know how to describe it, but if you're able to work with the same kids, you're able to have that relationship and then continue on what you've already built on, you know? Because other people are going to be using different techniques and different, you know, I bet it's hard for the kids just to have a different set of expectations from whoever is above them. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And I think another thing that helps them is having that previous connection with the people that they've interacted with. So like
Yeah.
the aides, the teacher, and everything. Of
Right.
course, the teacher I work with is going to stay in the classroom and have some of the same kids, but those kids may not have the same aides.
Yeah.
But it'd be helpful for them to have those same aides because they'll already have made those connections and be comfortable
Yeah.
with the people working with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, at least at the start of the new school year, what it's going to be like. I can't wait. Like, I would love to work summer as well, but just haven't heard back.
Yeah. Do they have a program where all summer they're like, there's some sort of like child, I don't know what you call it, child care basically,
They have summer school.
like a summer school. Got
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
So I don't know what it's going to look like for the kids that have graduated. I just know, like, my brother, when he was in middle school and went to summer school, he would go to the high school for it, but
Yeah.
I don't know what it's going to be like.
Oh, that's awesome. That like it sounds like tax dollars are being used correctly there. Like that's awesome. Because
For the
it's
most
all
part.
like paid, right? I know. For the most part, yeah.
It is. I'm not sure how it works, but
I hope the parents don't
for the
have to
most
pay like
part,
an extra
there are
amount.
tax dollars being used properly.
Yeah.
Recently, something came out with the director and some of his
No.
cronies, per se.
No.
They spent tens of millions of dollars for their own personal stuff.
For their own personal what? Like are you talking about
Like-
cars, travel,
Yep.
that kind of stuff? Oh no, no,
Mhm.
no! Why?
Yeah, it came out, and yeah, it was
Oh my
it was a lot. I would say another word, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure how comfortable you are with cursing.
Just say it,
plus,
bro.
but
Just say it out loud, man.
let's just say a circus. Let's just go with that.
Oh
I feel more
no.
comfortable saying that.
Yeah.
The main head of the district got put on administrative leave
Yeah.
for some time. And then he came back
Gosh.
all of a sudden.
Ooh, I'm
But
getting
then
a call
he-
from my dad. I'm gonna answer this.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, no
Dad,
worries.
you're live on stream.
Hey everybody, how are you?
we're doing good.
Is Tenoshi awesome? Tenoshi music is what I like.
Thanks, Dad. Are you driving to my house right now?
Yeah,
Awesome. What do you think your estimated time of arrival is?
it could be whatever is most convenient for you.
It's whenever you arrive.
Okay, let me suggest a time. How
Yeah.
about 4:44?
4:44 in 3 minutes. Okay, that
that
sounds
be alright?
awesome. Yeah,
Okay, sounds good. I'll see you at 4:44.
awesome. All right, bye.
Have fun, everybody. Hit the like button, whatever.
I wish I had that kind of interaction with my dad.
Peace.
Oh my gosh. Sounds like such a
I
great
know.
person.
Yeah, that's Steven and I's dad, and he's awesome. He's the reason why we know how to play music. He taught us everything, and
Oh, that's awesome.
yeah. Oh man.
That's
Okay, so
awesome.
what do I? Okay, what last things do I want to do to this? I guess I don't have to stop streaming once my dad comes. He might just join in the stream. Who knows? But yeah, he's cool.
So yeah, it's pretty much like a copy paste for Cinderfall, right? Just like with some changes, because I noticed you've like messed with the map a bit.
Right. Yeah.
The molten trees, if you remember where those were,
Yes.
Steven
over.
and I were talking
there.
about it. I don't know if he ever mentioned it to you. We're planning on adding ice trees.
Yeah, we can
so-
find new areas. Right now it's like a skate path now where it goes into this ice puzzle. To this cave down here. I'll grab out the annotation. So this is where the molten trees used to be. And then you'll do like a little ice puzzle, boom, boom, boom. And then you have to figure out this, which I think the puzzle goes like this, 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 and then you go into the cave.
That's a pretty sick puzzle.
Dude, thank you, bro. Yeah. And honestly, like every time I look at it, I have to do it again in my head. Like I can't memorize it. Like
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's
and
definitely
in the
reminiscent of one
future,
of those old Pokemon ones.
dude, yes, exactly. And in the future, there's going to be like way more complicated ice puzzles. It's gonna be so sick. Like I'm gonna
That is.
like we're gonna
oh,
make,
man.
and I'm sure the community will be able to just make, like, grab the Blender file and start working and making these crazy puzzles, you know. But the mechanic will
Yeah.
be identical to the, you know, that Pokemon ice puzzle mechanic.
Mhm.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and send a 3-minute ad break on Twitch, and I'll be right back. And I'm gonna let my dad in, and then I'm gonna see if I'm gonna keep streaming or not again. I'll come to
good.
that decision. But March, dude, it was so great speaking with you, bro.
Yeah, for sure. It's been great speaking with you too, Tenoshi.
Awesome. All right, I'm gonna mute myself. Boop. Okay, boys, I'll be right back. My dad is hanging out with Elijah, and then I'm thinking we can continue working on the map here. Okay. Perfect. I think... Oh, March is still here. What's up, March?
Not that much. Just kind of spreading around the crucified OG chicken.
Spreading around the cruise. Wait, are you doing this on a stream that I can watch or no?
No, I'm just like posting it in different servers.
Oh,
which
one is it in? Which one is it in?
Look in general.
General?
It should be one of the newest messages in general.
Literally crucified. That's so funny, bro.
I did it out of pure spite. So when I was making the gloves last night, after Steven had left and I was doing the texturing stuff, I'm like, you know what? I need to just like do this. And then I made it funny, live for because I was in the general VC, just kinda, like messing around while I was doing the work.
Right.
And I did it and I was like, all right guys, I just crucified the OG chicken because of how hard it was for me to get it.
Yeah, that's so funny. Meme Kid says my inventory is full of these damn burn rot pals. Meme Kid, I'm so sorry I didn't answer you earlier. What you do with it is you go over to this thing on, where is OG Island over here? Okay, you see this thing right here? You gotta like you gotta sacrifice it to this thing, you know, this giant mouth skull thing, if you don't want them. Now, keep in mind, Meme Kid, every single pal you hatch comes with, unless it's a chicken pal, comes with 10 pal bucks inside of it. So make sure you get your government-funded child care money, and before burning them in the in the pit,
sending them into the ether.
The ether. Oh my goodness, that's too funny.
For real. Oh wait, I think I see a perfect spot for ice trees. So you see that giant platform, just a bit southwest.
Southwest.
From the shop.
Are you talking about this right here? Yeah.
Yeah. So we can use that spot for the ice trees.
Dude, I
like if we place them
love
on the sides.
that idea. I love that idea. And the question is, should we have stairs here or should we not have stairs here?
I think the stairs leading from the platform, which I'm assuming will have like
over there
on it.
Yeah, it will.
That's the perfect spot.
Okay, so like we should probably not add stairs right here then.
Yeah, it should just stay the way it is.
I think that's genius, bro. I think that's genius. Temporarily, I'll just leave a couple trees here, and then that we can kind of say.
Honestly, I think those trees are perfect. Just kind of give a bit more depth to that spot, and then off to the side because of the ice creatures that will be right there. Those trees that were to like the sides of the staircase, have become the ice trees. You know.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, I love riding Mo so much.
The door's open. I'll be right back. By the way, is Bandit. Bandit! How you doing, Bandit? Bandit is like terrified because there's a new human in the house.
Huh, sounds like my corgi.
Dun, 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 dun. Go. I'm just gonna fill it out just for fun. Wait a minute. Ooh.
Oh my god, someone got the shiny scientist board before getting the standard one.
Was that Meme Kid? Meme Kid's totally the kind of person who would do that. Who would get that?
It was Zeke. He's one of the newer players.
Oh, got it. Dude, what is this beginner's luck going on, bro? I'm kind of getting offended by how lucky all the new players are.
I have no idea.
It's so crazy how lucky they are.
Crazy is an understatement. Reminds me of when I started though. I got some pretty insane drops, and then all of a sudden it like tapered off at the OG chicken hoodie. It's like, okay, I see how it is, game.
Let's see here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. There we go.
Ooh, excuse me.
Are you humming?
A bit tired right now.
What melody are you humming, Dad? Four, three, one. Da na na da na na dun. No, I what's weird is that the music I was listening to, it was one of my songs from the Unova Region album, and the melody you were singing was fitting perfectly with it. So I was like, wait, can you hear what I'm listening to? But you can't. You obviously can't. Like, that's crazy. That's so crazy, man.
I have to figure out how I'm gonna model the secondary or the fourth quest areas.
The door's opening again. Oh, hey, Jess. Wait. So, like, I'm curious. How many years did you play RuneScape, and did you specifically play old school RuneScape, or were you playing like the new crap they put out?
RS3. No, I've tried RS3. I didn't like it.
Yeah,
So
I don't
I've
think
played old
anybody
school
likes. Dude, I
RuneScape.
don't think a single soul out there enjoys that game, bro. It's just so bad.
Unfortunately, I know people that do enjoy it.
What, bro? That's crazy.
Yeah. So I've played old school RuneScape since 2022. Like, I started in April 2022. I made my account in high school.
Yeah.
Back in 2018 when they first came out with mobile.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this
Dude,
seems
the
interesting.
mobile
I make
was
my
so
account.
sick, life changing, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for real. And that, like, I saw it and I was like, okay, I'll try it out.
Yeah.
I make my account, get through Tutorial Island, and then I stopped playing.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like, I started seeing RuneScape videos like Conello pop up. I saw Settle pop up.
Yeah.
I saw, like, Behemoth. And I was like, okay, maybe I'll give the game a try. I fell in love with it.
Elijah, while you answer that, Dad? You want to hold Elijah? Hey, Ariel.
I had a feeling as soon as he started talking to his dad.
And I'm getting a call on my other phone. Wait, why does it say Saturday?
What's RuneScape? Meme kid. Please say you're memeing right now.
Okay, anyways.
Say you are memeing.
So tomorrow we were wondering, do you guys want to come over to our place after church? And if you wanted to drive less, you could drive first to the Baptist church in the morning with us.
You've never. Oh my god. Okay, so RuneScape is basically a medieval Viking game. You are placed into the world of Gielinor. In old school RuneScape, you are basically a mercenary. You go around completing quests given to you. There are several quest lines. It has thousands of hours of content.
Got it. I'm
Tons of
gonna
bosses. Has a
just
very
be
in-depth
right here.
PvP. There's also the
They're deliberating. Oh, meme kid is now inside of the devs making stuff. Wait, can anybody talk in this channel?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Meme Kid, what's going on, bro?
I'm slowly drifting into insanity as I kill burn rots.
From
they
the
don't
amount
know
of
the
burn rots
chickens.
you've killed?
Wait, let me check how many have I killed. No, where's the...
There's so much to RuneScape. It's very hard to like
Yeah.
classify what it is. I just say it's a medieval cooking game. Number go up. It's
Almost at 3k killed.
3K and still no hoodie.
Wow.
Nope.
You used up all your luck, bro. You used up all your luck.
More from Paul.
Oh, I don't
He
even
hasn't
know.
played the gambling simulator in a while, so you should have a lot saved up.
Yeah.
I remember once he played a random game and he got the rarest thing in the game on his first try.
Who?
Paul, he got
Oh,
a
Paul.
1 in, I think, 6 sextillion?
What? No, that's not true.
Insane.
No, that's not real.
First try ever in the game.
That's too big of a number, bro. No way.
Not big enough.
Wait, let me search. How many zeros? How many zeros does 6 billion have? About, it's a number followed by 36 zeros.
Yep, sounds about right.
Few
Followed by
zeros.
how many zeros?
36.
Oh, 36. Yeah, that's rare. That's rare right there.
It's a little rare, you know.
A little bit rare.
A touch.
I got a
rare.
problem. My back's aching and itchy at the same time.
Aching and
Oh, boy.
itchy. Oh no.
I'm scared because last time I tried scratching, I nearly fell off my damn chair.
Oh
Oh my
man.
god.
Once my entire chair just completely flipped over. It's back when I used a whatchamacallit, a headset, and it was with my PC, so the PC almost fell off, and I think
Oh,
I
man.
nearly shat myself.
Wow.
That's so real though.
Okay.
Oh.
There you go. I think that's right.
Both of us are tired, but I think for different reasons.
Yeah, I got 5 hours of sleep, so.
Currently for me, it's just because it's 2 a.m.
2 a.m. in South
That's fair.
Africa. Yeah. Dude, Meme Kid, are you gonna be on the schedule all like summer, bro?
Unfortunately not.
Unfortunately not. What do you mean?
You wanna know why? So let me quickly explain. So where I live, it's like on top of like a mountain, right?
Uh-huh.
So it's very cold here in the winters.
Dang.
Like
yeah.
below the negatives.
Wow.
And in the nights I think it once became double digits, but I can't even remember anymore.
Wow.
And you use the
But
Celsius
so
scale.
it becomes very, very cold.
You use the
So the
Celsius
part
scale.
where we are in South Africa, we're like on top of a mountain. If you just go down, you get to like a really hot area. We have
Yeah.
a second farm there, and then we just move there. Everything goes.
Right.
The problem is,
Oh.
it's really far away from like everything. So we have Wi-Fi. We do not have So currently we're on like the grid, but there we use solar panels and stuff. The
Yeah.
battery can run out at night, so I will definitely not be able to do 3 a.m. gaming.
Yeah.
Ugh, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's the house where there's like a river area.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, I have explored every inch of that place. There's like a little hideout tree area where the trees
Dude,
kind of congealed together and it made like a
That
little
sounds
platform.
so cool. That sounds
Also,
freaking
you know, like
sick.
those swampy trees with like the things, it covers it so it's like in the shade
Yeah.
in this little pond area. What do
Yeah.
you call that when there's water in an area all year?
All year?
Like a pond or a lake.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's like this little area, and because it's so in the shade, it doesn't like what's the word? What's the word for when
Doesn't
the sun
evaporate?
makes the water boil?
Evaporate? Yeah.
Not boil. Yeah. That. So it doesn't do that. So when the rest of the river there isn't any water, there is still some water.
Yeah.
That's usually where you can find the crabs and stuff.
Wow.
That's pretty interesting.
Also, once every time we're there, there is all the frogs.
Come and mate and stuff, or what?
All the frogs mass sex, and then
Yeah.
the entire river's just filled with these little like blacks.
Right.
And then,
That's wild.
so yeah, then you have hundreds of thousands of tadpoles.
Dude, that sounds so cool, though. That's where I want to live, bro. I want to live somewhere where there's, like, that
Well,
nature, you
It's
know?
pretty cool because in the beginning they just kind of look like sperm cells. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, yeah.
Start with egg and
Bandit, why are you crying?
it's de-evolving. It goes from the egg back into the sperm.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
such a
yeah,
sick
then
life
it gets-
cycle.
It's kind of fun to just catch a ton of them in a jar and then just keep them.
And see
until
them,
they
like,
get-
grow
Eat
over
them?
time. No, keep them, right? Not eat them.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I heard eat them and I got so concerned. I was like, what?
Frog legs?
Do not eat the jar.
That's something else.
Do not drink a jar filled with frogs.
the
Oh
forbidden
my
the
God.
forbidden
Salmonella
Orbeez.
jar.
I don't even know.
Just pop them like they're boba.
Somehow
Yeah,
I
boba,
can-
exactly,
it's-
forbidden
I
boba
just-
tea.
one friend who's an absolute dumbass, and when you make a bet, he's probably gonna do it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if I told him this much money if you drink out of that, he would drink out of it.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
my
that sounds about
gosh.
right.
Wow.
Oh,
This is the same dumbass who once hung himself on a tree by the underwear.
Why
What?
is-
Just
What?
trying to climb a tree.
That's
Oh my
crazy.
God.
Same
Whoa.
guy who almost got hit by a car, but did the go on your back, and then he went under the car when he was a little kid.
Oh my goodness. That's insane.
He has a brother, and his brother does a little bit of farm. They live next to the beach, and then
Oh.
they do a lot of spearfishing and stuff.
Oh, that's interesting.
Their dad doesn't allow them on the internet much, and oh, I just got a thing about this, and it's just I got a random egg while having to do one of those the Skeleton quest,
Yeah.
and it just hatched.
Wow. Wait,
Is
the
it a shiny?
Skeleton quest? Oh,
Uh,
one of the.
Yeah, you know how he like tells you the death.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
kill the
yeah.
dudes?
One of those. Yeah.
Yeah. But so
That's the best way to
those
train combat, by the
tadpoles are pretty
way.
cool,
Do you-
'cause in the beginning they're just kind of basically
Yeah.
black sperm cells.
Yeah.
Like you can't see anything at all.
Right.
Yeah, something
That's
cool.
insane.
While they're eggs, there's like a stage where they have eyeballs developed, but they're still egg.
Right.
So you got a ball with eyes.
Right.
That's
It
interesting.
looks pretty funky.
Oh,
But
shit,
then they
get this
go
back
from
to-
that into more like witnessable. They're not just a solid color anymore.
They turn
Yeah.
That's went
relatively
far enough to
black,
texture
Angel.
them.
Right.
Yeah, now they have like eyes that you can see. And now they're no longer just black, they're like brown or other colors.
Oh man.
Damn it, I got another burn rot egg.
Surely it's the shiny.
I'm gonna chuck this thing into this suspiciously barbecue colored lava.
Barbecue lava.
Mm,
Mmm, lava.
barbecue.
And it's all just really hot barbecue sauce.
Just watch. You're gonna get the shiny hoodie before you get the regular one.
It happened before with
It
the
happened
damn
with the knights. Yep. So insane.
As
Oh, yeah, by
someone
the
that
way,
has grinded,
Your information is wrong. I did not get the egg on the second one. I got it,
Oh.
the ember one. I didn't get it on the second one. I mean, the fifth one. I got on the second one. Then I killed more of them to see if my luck
Wow.
was good.
That's so insane. Your luck is good, bro. Your luck
as
is
someone that has
definitely good.
completed, as someone that has completed the entire standard POW decks, I know how painful it is to get some of those hoodies.
Oh man. Wait a minute,
Oh yeah,
what
the
am I
coolest
missing
part
here?
is when a frog starts developing legs.
Yeah.
Because it's still a tadpole, except now it just has legs in the back.
Right.
So they look really funky.
They still have that tail.
Yeah, they still have their tail, and then eventually they just transform.
Vroom.
They're like Autobot, roll out, and then they just sprout.
Oh no, this row of trees
Wow,
is
there's
it's
some
not
absolute
long enough.
dumbass conversation going on.
It's burn rot. It's akin to brain rot,
Yes.
but more
My
burn
brain
rot.
has to burn and
That's
rot.
funny.
Ugh.
Oh
I
man.
just realized the time. I actually got to hop off because I got some things to take care of. It's
Dude,
been
thanks for
great
hanging
chatting
out,
with
dude.
you.
This was super fun, bro.
Yeah, for sure. And I can't wait to see what you do for Icefall, like in terms of total development. I
Actually,
can't
is
wait
the
to
name
help.
gonna stay Icefall?
I
feel
think
like
so.
it's
It
fall.
sounds like it is, yeah.
Yeah,
For some
Icefall
reason,
just
my brain's just going, it has to be Frost Falls.
That's another cool sounding one. That's another. We should do some sort of
brain
like
really likes
poll.
when the thing has two words and they start with the same letter.
so
Some deep
Icefall.
part of my brain goes on.
Icefall should be the town. The dungeon portion of it should be Frost Falls.
Dude, that would be sick.
There you go.
Next up, Gravity Falls.
That's funny, bro.
New skill, space.
Yeah.
Iron Arm. Next up in the lore, here's the problem. Where are we gonna add the blue giant to the lore? Green giant, whatever it is. There's so much random crap in Gravity Falls, I just thought about it. When I was younger, they used to like air it on whatever the hell TV show I used to. So I would just stay up way too late watching Gravity Falls.
Yeah.
It'd be like
Same
that.
with regular show. But I feel
Regular
like
show is
every
just
time the
good.
writers made an episode there, they had to either be high or it gotta be either high or like oversaturated or something.
Yeah.
Something for sure. All right, like I mentioned,
I
I'm
remember
gonna
this
hop off.
episode where Rigby and Mordecai egged a wizard's house. So the wizard turned Rigby into a house and then egged him.
All right. Peace out, March.
So wacky. Take care. It's
Where
been great
Conqueror
talking to you
and
too.
not
Peace
being
out,
able
bro.
to sleep at night, they had to go to another dimension and race to be able to sleep.
Yeah.
Gotta admit, Palo Vista's pretty fun, except for now.
Well, you're on the grind. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm curious, Mean Kid. What are some things that would make Pal Vista even more fun than what it is right now? Or also tell me about what is annoying about Pal Vista. What would you, if you had a magic wand where you could
Okay,
change something about it, what would you want to
Right now,
change?
it's probably the very easiest to fix.
Yeah.
It's just because I don't have teleports crafted,
Yeah.
and every time, you know how I have to keep running between my chest and the
Yeah.
thing to get food because they do a little bit of damage to me each time I attack them? Let
Yeah.
me share this. It's probably the easiest fix ever, and look at this. Are you looking? Wow, that man's cool. Huh? Pal just defied all of physics. Tell me if you can look at my screen share real quick.
Oh
When I'm
gosh, your
going down
sound.
the
How do I mute
mountain-
you?
I can just go like
Okay.
this and this. You see that?
Yeah.
I can't do it here. I gotta walk around.
Oh, that's on purpose. Yeah, that's very much on purpose.
Is that on purpose?
Yeah.
Is that just not so that people can just go?
Yeah, it's you know, it's definitely on purpose. Yeah.
Flying fire. Somebody's doing magic.
Dude, if you could add a new skill, what would it be?
I have a question. What the hell is ice gonna do?
Oh, that's a great question. Actually, I want to know, what do you think ice should do?
Well, for me, I can think that it's probably gonna be a new thing for your brother to make way more cosmetics and boards. The frost-themed
You think-
costumes are probably gonna be cool.
Right, but what should
'Cause they're
you
mostly
know
like
how? Okay,
blue.
Meme Kid, focus here. What do you think? Okay,
Huh?
so basically, if nature skill is for cutting trees, what should ice skill be for? You know what I mean? Do you understand what I'm talking
I was
about?
gonna say something combat-orientated, but that doesn't really make sense. How do you gain ice?
Right,
do you
that's
gain,
my
like,
question
ice
to you. My question to you is, how do you gain ice? Do you chop ice blocks out of the ground? Do you scoop snow?
Maybe there's like, you know, with fishing. Have you ever seen I'm pretty sure my brain just put ice and fishing together and called it a day.
Yeah.
But like maybe you have to like go to the ice and there's like chunks where you gotta like get them.
Right. So something like that is what
Also,
you're saying?
what's that minigame thing you've been working on?
It's the it's called gang battles, and it's actually, I can show you right here. Gang battles is like,
Let me watch it.
you'll basically be
My
able
screen's freaking
to.
out. Give me a second.
Yeah, it's well, it's not that important to see the screen. Basically,
Oh no.
what?
My entire Discord's black, and I can just kind of like scribble off some of the black, and then I can see your screen.
Yeah.
I just scratch sticking it away the rest.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I can give you, if you
Damn,
need.
you got a lot of money.
Yes, I do. I have 1.8 million. But
only
Meme
got
Kid, if you
10.
need me to help you, teach you how to do the disintegration stuff, I can help you do that, bro.
I figured out it. The problem was physical.
Yeah,
I don't-
physical
I
meaning.
have
Okay,
no
so
damn clue
I'll
where to
teach
get
you
physical.
exactly. Okay. Meet me at OG Island. Meet me at OG Island. We're gonna do this together. You're on
Think
world
I'm
3,
a
right?
different server than you?
Nope,
No, no.
we're on the same world.
no, I'm
Oh,
not.
you're right here. Yeah. Okay. So are you ready to learn how to get physical cores?
Show me the truth.
Okay. Accept this trade. Okay. Use that
My entire inventory is just filled with boards.
use that teleport, and then I'll meet you over here in Tory Village. Let me get on a board and stuff. Okay. Now, what we're gonna do is we're literally just gonna skate over here. And this is how you get OG. This is how you get lots of
invisible in my screen.
What?
Oh, there you are.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do
Pretty
is
much I just saw a skateboard and then he popped into existence.
okay. Do you notice how I'm hovering? By the way, I'm hovering on this magnet board. Isn't that
Oh,
sick?
Lord.
Okay. So just follow
see
me
it's
over here. Yeah.
Oh.
So you gotta
Oh.
focus, bro. Gotta
I was
focus,
skating
bro.
and I just stopped on the
Okay.
stair. So it was just like, wait, did I crash?
All right. Follow me over here. Oh, you're kind of
Damn it.
lagging around.
I thought you
Okay.
just fast or I'm just really bad at maneuvering.
All right. So, have you talked to these guys yet?
I did. I do not remember what they said.
Okay, no worries. You don't have to remember what they said. So come over here. We're gonna go into let me turn down the volume of my music here. Okay. So follow me into these woods. Oh, did you get a cutscene or something?
No, I'm just doing something stupid. I'm in the tree.
Are you in the woods
What do I
yet?
do here? I'm in the woods.
Okay, well we'll
It-
go over to the
nothing
right.
happened.
Go over to the right.
There's trees.
Yes.
Oh, what? I'm still where I was.
No, come up here. Come up here.
I went into the thing and did the teleport thing. I'm still just where I was.
Bro.
Look. No joke.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh
Team
no.
Kid.
Okay,
It's beautiful.
Steven, you gotta look at this,
Amazing.
bro. You
Okay,
gotta
whose
look at
screen?
this. Meme Kid screen, both. Basically, on my screen, Meme Kid is moving
Meme-
around
oh.
inside of. Okay, are you inside now?
No, I'm stuck in a tree.
Wait, where are you? What the?
I
Wait, no,
was
no,
stuck
you're
in
inside
the,
now,
like,
bro.
teleport. I kept
You're
running
inside.
down and get TP'd
Okay,
back.
that bug will be addressed at some point in the future. Okay, Meme Kid. So
What
do you
was the
see?
bug?
That happens every time I try and enter a new zone, by the way.
I think it's a lagging zone. It's something about lag, but Meme Kid has issues
Meme Kid, can you tell
transferring.
me the continent you're on?
South Africa.
Well, Africa's the
Slightly far away.
continent, but
That could possibly, it could be that the underwater cable that is bringing the information of where your character is just taking a little too long to get to Las Vegas, which
Yeah, bro.
is which is where the
What
server
the
is.
fuck?
We need to have a.
How
We
much
need to have
stuff is
some-
happening on my screen at once?
Yeah.
I have a trade thing, my inventory's open, and I have quest dialogue.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so to get those moon clovers here. You see the moon clovers, right? They're the little items on the ground.
Why every time I move around does this dude tell me to...
Wait, do you have to do something?
You got it. He's got to go fight the goatman.
Oh, no starlight flute. Oh gosh, now he's
walk
bugged.
out of the-
Now
I
he's
can't walk out of the quest.
Oh,
Help.
He's permanently stuck, bro. He's.
hey,
Let
kid,
me
Let me
thought-
grab you a teleport, bro. I'll be right back.
Ah.
I'll be right back, bro. I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna save you.
thank you, Phil. Thanks for saving. I'm sorry, meme kid, about that bug. We will fix that.
It's
We really
probably
need a lot of
all
these quests to be
server
less
related.
annoying.
Yeah, it's really server related, right? I mean, I think it is.
I think it's I think the problem is the code that like when we test the quest, we have really fast internet connections, and
Right.
the problem is when you're in South Africa, you just have a bigger ping, right?
Yeah.
So like if we had a South Africa server, you'd probably be able to play no problem. So or we could fix the code so it works even when you have like a super delayed ping, which we're able to honestly.
TP. Let's see if that fixes this.
Yeah.
Wait, you have a TP? Wait, what?
No, chuck me a TP.
Oh yeah. I'll chuck you a TP. Yeah.
The freaking skateboards.
I'm gonna chuck you a
Dude, how cool would it
a
actually be
loader-
if you could like throw an item? to someone
That'd be sick, bro. It's like dropping an item,
Chuck
but
at me like
yeah.
if you were chucking a can of Red Bull.
Dude, imagine a battle where everyone's like, "Throw me that tentacle."
Food fight.
All right. So we can still trade, right?
Metal trays.
All right.
It's the most effective weapon.
So use that TP, and then you're gonna be in Wildering Forest, so you just have to go upwards.
Okay.
And then once you go upwards, you'll kind of be in the. Oh no, it's the same bug. It's the same bug, bro. The fact that you got.
exit reality.
You gotta exit and reopen.
Wait. I exit. No, exit the entire game.
Okay.
If you're still stuck,
I'm stuck on a black screen.
Best
Dude,
thing to
that
do is
hoodie
to
is so
exit
sick.
and reopen.
I'm just imagining my character getting yeeted everywhere.
So he has to close the game every time he enters into a new area.
Oh no!
That doesn't
So,
happen every time. I don't
when you're
just
stuck
get
in the
stuck
quest-
in the trees. Wait, what
It's-
world were we in?
World 3.
3.
So what I'm saying is
Whoa.
that he only has to exit and reopen when it's due to like if you're stuck because of the quest, and then like you teleport away, you're still stuck because of the quest, basically.
Got
We need to make
okay.
the code better.
Oh, understood. Okay, meme kid, you ready for this?
Okay, I'm no longer they didn't put a spike in my foot. One, two.
Hey, Phil, how did the Icefall stuff go? Does it look pretty like what's the percentage completion?
Dude,
in
I
real
will
life?
show you it as soon as I can show meme kid about this. Where does he get the flute again? Is it down here to
It's
the left?
To the left. It's to the left. From
Oh,
the
you gotta
goatman.
beat all the goatmen. Okay, so meme kid, basically, you beat the goatmen, you get the flute, and then once you have the flute, then you can go back to the chicken people, and then
Question,
once
why
you
does it
finish.
sometimes do 11 damage and then sometimes 1.
Steven, do you want to explain
It
that?
rolls a random number between 1 and your max hit.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
And it
So
depends
That
on
means
how
I'm just
accurate-
getting really bad RNG because I keep hitting them for 1.
Yeah, that also has to do with accuracy, because if you quote unquote miss, you still do 1 damage, but it's like it doesn't roll with your max hit. So basically, like there are 2 dice rolls that happen when you attack. The first one is whether or not you hit the target, and that will roll between 1 and your max hit. But if you missed, it only hits a 1, basically.
by the way, Steven,
That's
I
how-
have to say
So I'll
you
put
were
it in,
best
Eidolon's
decision of your life.
Accuracy mechanic.
Not having the zeros anymore. Great decision, Steven.
I just
For the
remembered
for the
something.
getting rid of
Thanks,
zeros.
man. Do you remember how annoying
You
those
know
zeros
that,
were?
you know that other game I played, Eidolon, the other MMO? Paul's
Yeah.
stuck on an area where he has to get through to get more accuracy,
Yeah.
but he gets 7 kills an hour and he needs 6,000 kills.
All right. Yeah. Meme kid, I just have to talk to Steven a little bit.
Okay.
So, 1 second.
Go for
So, Steven, first of all, I think we might have to make it so that the devs making stuff can't have anybody hop in and start talking, just for the future. But here is...
Wait, say that again. Say that one more time.
I think we
you're a
should
little
have
quiet,
it. I
'cause
think...
Meme Kid was so loud.
Yeah, I think we need to make it so that only the devs inside of devs making stuff can talk.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, just so that we might not have any
There's actually like a
yeah.
There's a built-in system that's like a stage or something like that. That actually we
Yeah.
might get more viewers because
Love
people won't feel pressured to talk. Because I feel like a big barrier
Yeah.
is that like people don't want to feel like they're interrupting our private conversation. Basically.
Right. I love that. Yeah. So that's one thing, and then another thing is these trees. How do you like how this is looking? Are you able to see my screen?
Wait, I have to know something real quick.
Yeah.
Did you kick out Meme Kid or did he leave?
He left by himself.
Okay. Just
Yeah,
wanted
he's
to make
watching.
sure.
He's watching the stream right now, and he
just
says,
like-
"What's
oh, okay,
RuneScape?
okay.
Never heard of it." It's just an MMO that heavily inspires Pal Vista, heavily inspired it. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
But
So all right. Let's zoom in. Okay, dude. Sorry. This looks incredible. Great. Okay. I think though, like, okay, let me just give you my initial reaction.
Yeah.
I think we need more trees.
yeah.
I think this is a great. I think this is probably
A great
and
start.
I know this is easier said than done, but I really think if I could use a magic wand, I would double the number of trees.
Yeah. I love
That's
that,
what,
bro.
what do you think
Yeah.
about that?
Yeah, I love that idea. I still think we should have mountains behind the trees to give that tree line
Yeah.
vibe. My question is, how are we going to be able to squeeze? Do we just keep on moving things more backwards? I know you could have a ton of trees right here.
I think. Sorry, there's a vacuum going on. I gotta like ask them to.
Oh no! Wait! Don't ask them to stop doing the vacuum.
It's like turn off that vacuum.
Stop cleaning. Stop doing.
All right, bro. No. I think now this is. I know this is like, bro. This is easy for me to say. I know.
Yeah.
Like I know how much work this is, but
Yeah.
ideally every piece of water would have trees kind of around
Instead?
it because that's just like that's a vibe when there's trees around a body of water.
Yeah. No,
That
I
looks
love
kinda
that
wrong
idea.
There's like the thing is the reason the springs were like that is because they were supposed to be like hot springs in a mountainy like desert like
Yeah.
fire hellhole.
Right.
beforehand, right?
Fire
But-
hell. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's what it was. Like it was like Cinderfall. It was like supposed to be like on fire, like the coal under the earth was on fire or something. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? It's like bubbling up water and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Where there would be no trees there. But the problem is that now we're looking at like a beautiful mountain, like Denver, Colorado type setup here,
Yeah.
or like a Kirkwood type setup. Where,
Yeah.
like I don't know if we want like, I think we want as many trees as we can get. But tell me, like, honestly, we don't have to do that right away, and we could save that for later.
Yeah.
But it would look sick.
Yeah.
What do you think about my feedback there? And I'm open to your
I
thoughts.
think you're right. Like there just needs to be like that mental block that I have of keeping this water needs to go down. Like we need to.
It could be like a big pond right there, where you deleted everything. Like there could be like a pond with trees around it.
Right. So water
even
right
better-
here. Yeah.
Well, even better if that's a fishing spot, bro.
Where I deleted it.
No, well, I'm
Or
just
right
saying,
here?
even better if we
Yeah.
make the pond have like unique fish in it.
Yeah.
Like
I love that
that's what
idea,
it could be.
bro.
Like it could be accessible. Like you could be able to walk around the pond.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
I
I mean,
love
would
that
make the city
idea.
super cool.
Yeah. I love that idea, bro. And honestly, it's gonna be hard for me to honor the Lord's Day tomorrow. That's all I'm gonna say, bro.
I'm so sorry, bro. This vacuum is killing me, bro. Hold on.
I said, okay.
Okay, no worries, Ariel. Yo,
I'm
Meme
sorry
Kid,
to
welcome
interrupt.
back. All
I
right,
am completely lost. Where the hell am I?
Meme Kid, we'll help you in a second. We promise we'll help you. All right, so Tenoshi,
Yes.
I wonder where Meme Kid is. All right, so how does that? Can you say that one more time? What you were about to say?
Yes. And by the way, Meme Kid, I think there is another call going on. Yeah. If you ask Techno might be able to know the answers to your questions,
Techno
bro.
would be so down to help
Techno would help you get unstuck so quickly. Now, Steven, what were you saying?
Oh, you said something before, when the vacuum happened.
Oh, I was just saying, let your wife clean. Or something.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, I'm saying no. You
Yeah.
said something else. I'm saying instead of making that a cliff right there,
Yeah.
make the pond accessible by players.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Like make a little stairway down somewhere where
Yeah,
you can
3.
go down and like fish around the pond.
3 or 2. You
And
want
it could
3,
actually
right?
be a. It could, oh, with stairs, it could just be a one thing, and then
2 by 2.
you could make the pond bigger too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 3 wide. That's what you're asking. Yeah, 3 wide.
Yeah, 3 wide. Okay, sick. I think I'm gonna have it right there, and then I'll push back the thing maybe a little bit. How can we get this all on the same side? No, but I love your idea, bro. I love it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's hard with that limitation of the 1 by 1.
What's the limitation?
The x and y equal 1 slope. The 1 over 1 slope. But it's okay.
Yeah.
It's all right.
I
It's
mean,
all right.
so
Well,
far that's
it'll
been
work.
the Pal Vista style, and I think it's just really.
It's good if it's consistent. Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. There we go. By the way, can you hear dad in the back?
No, I can't.
Dude, he's like telling Jess some like epic stories from like basically just Kin Aram lore. It's like super sick.
That's awesome. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic, and because I have to send the beta test accounts to everyone so that they can test the new build, so we can get that released.
Got it.
And
I'm
just,
gonna be
you know,
hopping off soon, so I'm gonna leave the Discord call.
All right, cool. Me too.
All right.
See you
Peace
later.
out. All right. So guys, we've made a ton of progress here, and it's like I don't want to stop. It's like I don't even want to stop. It's so crazy how fun this is. Now I do have to, I think I just want to give myself more room. So I'm going to have this start sloping up. I guess that's as much room as I'm given, isn't it? There we go. Perfect. There we go. Dad, you went to John MacArthur's church? Yeah. For how many years? For a whole year. Wow, that's so cool. Yeah. Yeah. And then, let's see. Okay. Just going to keep on going here. There we go. Meme Kid says, how the hell did I end up where I ended up? I have no idea, bro. You're just going to have to like utilize the Discord to your advantage, bro. You're good at figuring out problems, and there's so many people who are so ready to help you figure out any problems you have or questions inside the Discord, bro. Yeah, you see a cactus? Yeah, bro. Trust me, there's tons of people ready to help you in the Discord. You just got to utilize that to your best advantage. Okay, there we go. And I can kind of have all this be snow. Okay. And then I think I'm going to do... What do I want here? I think I have everything I need here. There we go. And then to the left. Where do I have one going to the left? I think over here. There we go. There we are. Okay, and then the right side. And then, wait, oh, do I want it to, I forgot for paths, it can just go straight into stairs, right? Yeah, it can. So I'm going to take these stairs right here. And I think I'm just going to make this all snow, actually. All of this. Literally all of this is going to be snow. Meme Kid says, I've escaped my confinement. My convenement. Dude, Aaron TV, how's it going, bro? Aaron, I don't think I've seen you before. How's it going? Have you seen this game before called PoW Vista? It's a mobile MMO, and I think what I want to do right now, actually, inside the game, is just hang out here while my Skella friend does that. But we're working on this this game here. What does chicken egg do? So for chicken eggs, Meme Kid, this is how you're going to get the normal cores. This is what I wanted to explain to you. So basically, let me get the eggs here. Where are my chicken eggs? First of all, I got to get my clovers. My moon clovers. So here's what you do, Meme Kid. You farm a bunch of moon clovers, okay? You pick them all up, you put them into pals, you do whatever you got to do to get as many moon clovers inside your inventory as possible. And then you hop over here and you go to the chicken place, which you're already at, and then you're going to talk to Bailey. All right? And then if you talk to Henrietta here and give her the 5 moon clovers, you're going to get a chicken egg, right? And then with these chicken eggs, they're going to hatch. And there's a chicken skateboard that you can hatch that are with the chicken once they hatch. And once you get that, the board will give you 10 normal cores. So you can either disintegrate the chicken boards or you can disintegrate just normal skateboards that drop from the Turtle Warriors, the Knights. What are you saying, Meme Kid? I was El Stupido. Did you delete all those? Yeah, you didn't pick them up, did you? Pick up all your loot, bro. I'm just gonna say, pick up all your loot when you play this game. What'd you say? Wait, what'd you say? I de-equipped my board? Oh, that's okay. You need 20 water to re-equip? What? Oh, because you enchanted it. Oh, that's funny. Bro, but just use a shiny board. That's all right. Oh, you have level 1 water? Did you know you could fish over here, bro? And you can use a clay fishing rod if you want to do it faster. But come over here. Shiny 8 water element. Got it. I don't know why you need a water specifically, but if you come over here, you could start fishing and earning XP on your fishing levels, bro. Yeah, I'm trying to get volcano hoodies. Okay. Yeah, for that, then you either want ground or... Yeah, you either want mountain or the other one. But that's how you fish. You just use those. Why are you so fast? Wait, what the heck? Why are you so fast, bro? It's insane how fast you are. That's so funny. Oh, man. All right. I'm going to make all this into snow. Okay. Here we go. Perfect. There we go. Now, the question is, do I want to move it out? I think I want to move it out a little bit. I kind of want to move it out like this way. Honestly. Why not have this? There we go. Okay. And then I'm just going to make all this into snow, basically. Well, oh gosh. Wait, do I want this? I guess let's just do this first, and then we'll think about what we want to do. But it might just be like that this is a beautiful little area here. Oh, man, I kind of want to extend this out even farther. Man. It does take a lot of work to make these edits. Yeah, what does chicken egg do? You just hatch it, basically. It's just like any kind of other egg, except there's lots of random drops from the chicken stuff. The chicken has lots of different types of drops. All right, let's just go ahead and make this snow. Oh, you know what? What if we just made this a bigger... I feel like we should make this bigger.
No, I mean, to be honest, I think my mom's probably the one who would just like acquiesce, you know? Keep the peace, but yeah.
Okay. There we go. I think we probably want to bring this over here.
But she's saying it's also like the most time they've like spent together in a really long
Ooh.
time. It's been like good for their relationship. Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Perfect. Honestly, this looks sick, guys. This honestly looks dope. We got like a little platform here where maybe there's some trees. Definitely all this has to be snow right here. Okay. There we go. There we go. Awesome. Let's go ahead and drag this over on the UV section. What is the rarest? I'm gonna see if my luck stole from Paul. Bro, there's I don't know where to find it. I think it might be the OG chicken hoodie is the rarest one. Because that one just seems like it should be the rarest. It'll kind of have like the OG design, which I don't think you've seen the OG yet. But it's a rare design. It's sort of like a turquoise type of thing. Basically, the weirder it looks, the more rare it is, basically.
Yeah, it's hard to like really see it.
Okay, let's see here. Here we go. Here we go. Perfect. Snow on all the top right here. I think that's placed correctly. Perfect. And then we're going to have to do these water tiles. All of these water tiles are going to need water on the bottom and then snow on top. So all of these guys right here. Perfect. Water on the top. Wait, oh, never mind. Okay. Got to deselect any ones that don't have snow on the top. Okay, restarting. All these have snow on the top. Boom, boom, boom. All these have snow on the top. Okay. Snow on the top, snow on the top. Okay, perfect. This is sick right here. So now we're going to take all this and then move it just over to the right over here. Bandit, what are you screaming about? You just screaming in your face? That's so funny. Bandit. Bandit has food, right? Yeah, food, water. All right, and then I think is that? I think that looks sick. Yeah, it looks sick. I do want to bring over the shelf actually now that I think about it. Ooh. What can we do here? Y. Boom. Perfect. Question is, do I want this right here? I don't think I do. Oh gosh, wait, do I want that? Huh, okay, well, how about we just keep that the way it is right here? These guys need snow on the top. Okay. And then these guys need snow on the top and the bottom, which is over here. Awesome. And then, what else are we going to need? You're going to see if my luck runs out. Dude, did Paul steal your luck, meme kid? All right, this one. Okay, these are two different ones. So this one needs snow only on the top. Perfect. And then this one needs snow on the top and the bottom, which is over here. All right. Oh, which all of these need snow on the top and the bottom. Just got to bring them down here. Okay. 1 pixel off. Okay, perfect. All right, that looks sick. Though we do need to fix these now, which just needs snow on the bottom. Snow on the bottom is going to be down here. Okay, and then we're going to need this one to have just snow on the bottom. Oh, does Elijah's head need to be held up?
Well, I should actually take them right now because I think
I just saw his head is like
usually
falling over.
Yeah.
All right, guys, this is looking clean. I wonder what could we have here so that there's some more trees. Meme Kid says, hopefully this one doesn't randomly die like the ones in the past. Bro, I think yeah, I don't know what exactly happened. It might have just been a rollback. Sometimes there's issues in the game and we have to do a rollback to a previous time. But all of your items can be restored if you just submit your ticket, you know? So once you have that ticket submitted, it'll show up in your bank later. Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and, oops. Okay, all right. Here we go. Down here. What trees should we have? We want more horizontal trees. Oh, these don't even have the trunk. We want ones with the trunk for sure. Okay, that's on the ground there. We do up, this side, up to the down to the side. Awesome, that looks beautiful. Get more trees over here. We just want as many trees as possible, apparently. Now, is that falling off the edge? I think it is, barely. But that is not, which makes me think we might be able to squeeze one right here. But unfortunately not because of this lake area. We can edit this lake area to be just a little bit smaller. Am I going to ruin the shape of it, though? We might. Okay. All right. I'm going to remove this and this. And then bring all this over here. And that looks awesome. Okay. Sweet. Now we can do... Wait, why does that look so weird? Okay. We don't want it like that. We want it where they're on the same thing like this. Okay. Perfect. That looks sick. And then, I mean, we could make more rows of trees, but I think that area we can edit more later. Question is, can we sneak in any more trees over here? I don't know. Read my previous messages. Oh, my mom's now going to take care of a baby chick because his mom abandoned him? Dang, bro. That's sick. It's dope as hell. Okay. I think this might be a good place to hop off because we've added all these trees. It looks way better than the where we started. I mean, there's clearly some other places that are going to need some more work here. For example, this right here, we need to make sure that all of these have the snow on the bottom. And that's an easy one to do because we can just bring it down here. Control Shift S. Yeah. Wait, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's good. And then we can make sure this has snow on the top, which is over here. Shift S. Perfect. And then the question is, do we want to bring this over here more? We might want to, because that would just make it look better, I think. Yeah, maybe Y, G, duplicate down. Dad, Steven and I were talking about yesterday, like how that Blender class that you took me to so many years ago just paid off so well. Like, I'm in Blender right now. Did you know that?
You're in Blender right now?
I've been working in Blender the last 3 days for like 10 hours a day.
That is awesome.
Yeah, and it feels so natural because, like, even though I had to relearn some of the skills, those skills that we learned in that Blender class together still benefit me to like this day. So it's like such a great investment. I don't know how much that costs, but okay. Oh, we got to make this somehow steeper. You know what? Maybe.
I can be out of the camera. So I didn't realize you're in Blender.
Yeah, I'm in Blender right now, so I'm using all the different, those hotkeys that we were taught by that one guy. You remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm trying to design this.
Wait, the hotkeys are the middle mouse button.
Yeah, the middle mouse button is how you do this.
R
You
for
zoom
rotate.
in. R for rotate.
G for
Exactly.
grab, E for extrude. I can't get E to work for me, but
E for extrude. Yeah.
G for
You can
grab.
pull it. Yeah.
there's gotta be like
My favorite one is the number key. I might.
whatever the language is. Is it Danish? What's your language in Blender? Danish?
The language in Blenderland. What's that?
The country that come from Amsterdam,
Is that where they made it?
Yeah.
I had
that's
no
where
idea.
Thom is the guy that's the head guy.
Wow.
Thom, but Thom.
Yeah, I had no idea that that's what the that's what it was.
But
That's
yet,
pretty
yet
cool.
Their English names: G for grab, E for extrude, and R for rotate.
Right.
And I show it, and then I love the add up here where you add the objects and stuff.
Yeah. You
Is
could
it-
create. So what I'm doing right now is actually for POW Vista, which you remember, this is a hit game on the
Yeah, of
mobile
course.
and Steam for free, and basically, I'm making this new area, which is called Icefall right now,
Okay.
and players can't right now get through this area.
Well, that's
Oops.
a problem.
Right.
It's supposed to
Well,
be a
it's
problem?
not done yet. It's not done yet. So
Okay.
players will be able to come down here once this map is out,
Okay.
and they'll be able to go down this path and explore all these buildings. This building,
Oh, they'll have
this
freedom.
building, yeah, and they'll be able to explore all these different things. And basically, we're trying to design the map to look cool and interesting,
Yeah.
and for it to be on that sort of snowy forest vibe.
Snowy forest.
Yeah,
Where are
right.
the trees gonna go?
So the trees are sort of over
Oh, right
here.
here.
We're trying to create more areas for where the trees could go.
They have
That's
snow
what we're
on
trying to
them.
do right now. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think what I want to
'Cause they're supposed
do.
to have snow.
Yeah, exactly. Oh gosh, but it's sort of like working with a jigsaw puzzle with this tile-based system, where I'm trying to figure out how can we make this look good and make room for, because I'm having to delete a lot of stuff to make room for more areas, you know, more areas where trees can be, stuff along those lines.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, some of these hotkeys are just like so helpful because I use them over and over. Stuff like G to move,
Oh, okay.
D to duplicate is
Oh,
so
D is duplicate?
so important. Yeah, Shift D.
Shifty, okay.
Yeah. Now, how am I going to make this section work? I think we
Shift D
might
is
need
duplicate.
to.
Shift D is duplicate. Got it. Shift D.
I might need to move this stuff over here. Let's see. Let's see if that would work. I don't know, but isn't that cool? And funny enough, I'm not like duplicating objects and stuff. I'm actually editing one giant object, which is this map right here.
Okay.
I'm editing the map by pressing tab, and then editing the mesh of the object, which is the map. Isn't that cool?
Which is the Mac?
And the map
Map.
with a yeah,
Okay.
the map.
Just one big flat object that they
It's one giant object.
with that are like tiny objects attached.
Like yes, exactly. Yeah, you know how like a person has a bunch of, you know, maybe an object is wearing a ring or something,
Yeah.
and maybe you want to edit the ring or edit the headphones. You want to go into that object and edit the different pieces of the object.
Okay.
But when you're in your game or movie or animation, you don't want the object to have to render all the different things about it. So you render out the object, which has all these complicated
Like
curves
bake it.
and bins and stuff. But by rendering it, you're able to access it quicker without this huge thing on your hard drive. You know,
Okay.
this
Okay.
huge thing. Okay, I think I'm gonna have it only go up once. I think that's the key here. Yeah, but Steven is incredibly fluent in Blender.
Blender?
It's really incredible. Yeah. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's been using this for years now to create this game, Pal
He's
Vista.
creating the game in Blender?
He's been doing the map design and character model design in Blender.
From the beginning?
Isn't that cool? From the very beginning, as far as I can remember, we were in Blender together. Actually, he taught me how it would work in Pal Vista back in 2021. Isn't that crazy?
Yep. And
It's insane. I mean, we've been using this for so long. For so long. Man, so how are you doing, Dad? Are you pretty tired? Have you had a pretty long day?
I'm not tired. I'm good.
You good?
Peaceful, yeah.
Dude, I have been getting so tired because I haven't been sleeping a ton because I've just been having so much fun that as soon as I wake up, I just start hopping on Pal Vista and
That's
and
good.
doing this, you
That's
know?
good to wait till you wake up and do it.
Exactly.
What time do you get up?
Like this morning, probably like
What's the
probably
Saturday?
like 11. Yeah.
Okay.
But the day before was 9 o'clock, and I'd
Okay.
gone to bed at 4 a.m.
I see.
Last night though, I went to bed maybe at 3 a.m.
I see.
But yeah, this
you're
is like
pretty
just
productive?
so fun, and yeah, just the skills being used here are just so valuable. You know, it's
Yeah.
valuable to train up these skills
That's
because they
great.
can extend to other projects in the future. You
Well,
know,
I've learned that Shift D is duplicate.
yeah, Shift D is duplicate. And let's see, I need to find something to duplicate right
And
now.
you place it by just doing Control V or something.
Place it by
Like let's
I
say you
use
made an
G.
extra one and you
Right.
want to put the extra one over here.
yeah. So this is
just
an
grab
extra
it.
one I just made. I'm grabbing it with the G button.
Okay.
And then
oh,
I'm
yeah.
gonna slide it across the Y
Until you
axis,
get it right where you want. Oh,
or I
okay,
can
Y.
do the X axis. But
Like
I'm
the
gonna
blue.
place it right there.
Okay.
And this one, I'm gonna place over here.
Cool.
And then these four, in fact, let me just draw out
So
the
red
exact
and-
shape
red
I
and
need.
green, right?
I'm gonna do
The green
this
is the
one.
light.
The red is X, the Y is green, and the Z is blue. And I can actually look at the map from any of these orthographic views by just clicking on these axes.
You want it to be orthographic or perspective?
Oh, I want perspective. I want the 3D.
And that's perspective now.
I think so.
Cool.
But yeah, let's see here. So I want this one here, this one here. this one here, and boom, that looks pretty awesome.
Who's your go-to YouTuber? Are we still in a
Go-to
in a podcast?
YouTube? Yeah, we are
Okay,
in
great.
the podcast right now.
Hey everybody.
This is Ken Aram,
Yes.
owner and operator of Aram Studios, right?
AramStudios.com. Go now.
Go
No.
now.
After the game is done.
Do you want to talk about your website and all the stuff that was involved in like creating it, or no?
Sure. Yeah. Well, what's great for you guys is to go to AramStudios.com.
AramStudios.com, and they can see
And they
this
can
right
see-
here.
Okay. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then click on those 3 hamburgers. Let's see what happens. Those 3 things. Okay. So then
Oh,
you
that's a
can see
bug you gotta
film-
fix. Music.
Okay. Film, art, and music. Okay.
Yeah. So which one should we go to?
Let's go to music,
Music. Okay.
and then let's go to the You Can Do It commercial.
Okay. Let me pause the music
And
here.
let's show Philip. We'll pause when we get to Philip. Yeah. Can they hear the music?
Yeah, they can hear it. Yeah.
Oh, good, good.
And I can too.
And they can't hear our voices now. Right?
Sitting at the piano, wanting to play,
Excellent.
hoping to sing
Now,
and
the place
dreaming
to pause
every
will be when
day.
Philip appears right here in the next thing. This guy in the bottom right there is Philip.
Oh. All right. There it is. Okay, guys. Phil Tenoshi lore right here. That's Phil right
So
here.
it's the bot. Yeah. Do you see his cursor? He's a blue shirt and he's on the right side.
Boom. Right there. How old was
right
I?
Right behind the
12?
blonde girl there.
13, 12.
I think it was. Yeah. It was
Somewhere
it was
around there.
2013. So you were
2013, so I was 13. Boom.
So on the way to 8th grade, I
Yeah.
imagine. Yeah.
Wow.
So 2013. Yeah. This is June 15th.
But forget what I was like
Yeah,
at that
you can't
age.
forget
That's
what-
why I know you can do it.
Right here.
Now I know you can
Did you see
do
Philip there?
it. There it is.
There's Philip again with the blue shirt, and that's Nasadia, Philip's sister-in-law.
That is correct.
You
Yeah,
can
and
do
there's his
it.
So what do you guys think, huh?
It's as simple as clicking next. Hey, why can't I click it?
Another thing that I've been working on.
No
for
worries.
25
Yeah.
years.
No, but that's awesome. Yeah. So just click that register now, and then it'll take you to here, and then you just fill in your credit card information, and
Piano. You got to become piano.
yeah, piano weekly piano lessons, and then you select that. You fill out a time slot. Look how busy my dad is. He has barely any time slots open.
What's their time slot though? What time zone are they in?
What time zone? Oh, I can change my time zone. So
can
for
you
Meme
change
Kid,
it
it's
for one of
South
them?
Africa. Yeah. So
Okay,
let's
so
go to
South
South Africa.
Okay. Hey, we really appreciate you guys in South
Where
Africa.
is South Africa?
Look for
Do I-
Africa.
So
AF.
okay,
There you
Africa.
go. Good. Here you go.
Let's do Cape Town.
Help.
Where's
they
Cape
tell
Town?
You? Can you hear them?
Cairo?
Oh, Cape Town.
No, that's not South Africa. We have to go for S.
Can
Yeah,
you
holy
ask
damn, that's a
them-
long ass
can you ask them
list.
what time it is right now, and then it'll show what time. it is
Oh,
right now.
Meme Kid,
Is it-
you said it's like 3 a.m. or something,
Is it
right?
10:04 p.m.
No, it's
or
like
11:04
3. It's like 3 a.m. Right, Meme Kid.
Oh, there it is. Africa, through 3 or 4 a.m. Does that look?
Yeah.
Good? It's already the 15th. Cool.
I feel like, where's Cape Town, bro? Yeah, it's 3:06 here. Okay, yeah. All right, perfect. So this
3:06.
one's the correct time zone. So
yeah. So there you go. So we have
Yeah.
times, as you can see, right. Let's go to the next available date. I guess.
yeah, next available date would be
Maybe in July or in 21st.
exactly June 21st,
There
and
go.
then you
Okay.
have all
So
of these
12:30 a.m. Isn't that convenient for you? You go to bed.
6:30
and you get right up.
p.m.
Oh, there's a 6:30 p.m. That's
Boom,
good.
that's a good one. That's a good one.
6:30 p.m. That's interesting.
I
how
know,
it goes
what
from
time in
3:30
US
a.m.
would that
to
be?
5:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man.
So yeah, so 5:30 p.m.
So
on a
click that,
Sunday or
then
Saturday?
you fill out your stuff, and then you sign up and continue.
There you go.
As simple as that.
Yeah, so there it is, right there in your time zone, and we'll meet on Zoom. And
Yes.
you can ask me questions about Raise and Phil.
Exactly. Dude, you can literally ask as many Tenoshi questions as you want.
And any Stephen Aram questions too about Pal Vista, since they're interested in Pal Vista too.
Yeah. All right, so
Close this thing.
do you know how UV maps work, Dad?
No.
So a UV map on the left here, focus on these, and then I'm gonna be switching the stuff on the UV map, and you'll kind of see it tripping out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why it's tripping out is because this is a tile set, and I'm gonna be changing what it looks like. So I'm gonna make sure I go to one where the snow is on the top,
Okay.
which are these ones, and I have to
Oh.
zoom in and make sure it's pixel perfect by clicking Shift S, and then the 4th, which is selected to pixels.
Is
And
S
now
for
it looks like this. Isn't that cool?
yeah. What does S stand for?
Shift S, I don't know.
Okay. I wonder if it's
I
save.
think it's select. I think it's
Select.
Shift select. Yeah, because Control S is save.
And Shift S is probably selected somehow. Right?
Yeah, so and then there's an issue here, which is we need snow on the bottom as well on the top, because right now, look at it, it's just a straight line.
Yeah.
Right, and what we need is snow on the top and the bottom. So we're going to be selecting these on the UV map, and then going over to where there's snow on the top and the bottom. And I use the period on my number pad, which I might change the hotkey because it's so annoying to have to let go of the keyboard and then click that.
Is it
but
default
what it
that
does,
way?
yeah, that's its default, and that's what it does. It like zooms in, which is super useful. But I'm thinking maybe I'd rather have that somewhere on my mouse so it can increase the flow of the work, you know, the workflow.
Yeah.
And then we have a couple more issues, which is up here. So every time there's a change to the map, you have to like double check all this stuff. So over here, I'm actually going to be going over to the UV map here and then finding where are there snow on the bottom. And it's actually right over here. I'm going to try to line that up as perfect as I can. Do the Shift S4. And then boom. Now it looks good. And the more you zoom out, the better it looks.
Who's our friend in South Africa?
So our friend in South Africa is Meme Kid.
Hey, Meme Kid.
And he's maybe 13, 14. I don't know. Meme Kid, you're like 13 now, right?
Going into 8th
and
grade?
he is a very smart kid, Dad. He's like the most intelligent 13-year-old I've ever met in my life. But even smarter than him is his little cousin Paul, who's freaking 8 years old, and he knows how to code doesn't really know how to code, but he knows how to work Roblox Studio really well. It's insane. Do you agree with me, Meme Kid? It's funny because I feel like Meme Kid would say sometimes there's like really dumb things Paul could do, but then a lot of the times there's really crazy things that
Okay, so
smart
Meme Kid
things.
says, no, I'm not talking about a damn paw. He says,
Wait.
read previous messages. Normally the chicks randomly die after a few days for some reason. Today we pretty fun. Now I gotta get lucky and get that damn burn rot hoodie. A chicken hatched from the chicken egg. Holy damn, that's a long beep list. 306, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, that's the most recent I guess.
Yeah.
Cool. Alright, let's hear.
The long list
What are
he
you
was
guys talking about? My laptop decides to kill its internet.
Meme Kid, we're talking about you, bro. We're talking about you, man. So he says
That's
that
what we're
his
talking
laptop crapped on him, so he had to go fix it.
Okay,
Huh.
Huh? Is that a question mark?
He's saying, huh? He's saying,
Oh,
huh?
huh, okay.
Why are you
Is
guys
that
talking
so?
about me?
Is that so?
Yeah. Dude, Meme Kid, what do you want to share with my dad, man? We were just talking about you and Paul and how smart of kids you are. You must have some really good parents.
So Paul's your brother, Meme Kid?
A cousin.
Cousin?
My
Okay.
bad. Yeah.
Oh, is he the 8-year-old?
You both must have good sets of parents. I'm sharing with him the Meme Kid lore right now, Meme Kid. The Meme Kid lore. Okay. What
So
could we
it's
do here?
306.
I'm
Wow.
going to I don't know how Paul
go
got
on
so
for it.
smart. Dude, yeah, Meme Kid, share some of the dumbest things Paul's
Right
done
here.
and some of the smartest things.
I'm
And
here.
my dad's
Okay, I
right
don't
here,
know how Paul
and I'll be
got so
right
smart.
back.
Wow, okay. So you don't know how Paul got so smart. Now, okay, I don't remember crap. Meme Kid, do you speak with a South African, no, let's see.
He
I-
speaks some Afrikaans.
Okay,
He speaks some Afrikaans.
I know, Meme Kid, you do not have any accent at all. But isn't it amazing how we have California accent? We definitely have the accent, don't we? But you have no accent whatsoever, right? But how would you describe Afrikaan? Is that what Philip said, Afrikaan? Is Afrikaan like a cool way of talking, kind of like a slang? Or is Afrikaan its own language with grammar and teachers and books? Okay. Well, maybe we should talk about another subject. Oh, here we go. I know it comes from combining a lot of languages. Okay. Yeah, we down in the Gulf of America, Gulf of Mexico, they have something called Pidgin English in places like, So the first people that arrived in South Africa were Netherlands. Ooh, so you got a little Netherlands, and then you have a little bit of the local indigenous languages, right? That's pretty cool. Wow, the Netherlands. So not so much England. Then a lot of other people came to South Africa, so the languages smushed together till it formed something, and that's what the kids speak, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
What school do you go to, Mr. Meme Kid?
Mr. Meme Kid. Mr. Meme Kid.
It's called, I think they came because of all the gold and diamonds. Oh yeah, I hear about the diamond mines.
Dude,
All
you
the
should
gold
definitely
mines,
talk
too.
about the colonialism. Yeah. So the first people that arrived in South Africa were Netherlands. Were people from the Netherlands?
I'm online. Oh, check, like doing some research? Oh, your online school. That's your school, online. Okay, cool.
Wait, you're fully online school? I didn't know about this.
Cool, that teaches you all the online skills for sure. So are you on summer break, or do you have to have summer school, or what? Like, okay, the Netherlands were here first, then the British came, and did a bit of colonization. So it was the British that did the colonization, I'm sure.
Nice.
Because they've got a lot of, power with their red coats and their navy, and they probably had
Those red
high
coats.
tech. They probably had a lot to invest. Plus, they took all of the gold and diamonds,
Yeah.
so they had a lot of that. So they were now in charge over most of South Africa. Okay, so then it kind of had an English influence. I think South Africa was split up into 4 or 3 parts. Okay, so 4 different parts. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat.
Wow. And did you hear about Trump? And the British had either 2 or 3 of them under their control. Wow.
Okay, 2 or 3 of the parts.
Yeah.
And then there was a 4th part probably that was not under their
Like
control.
French
huh?
or something, or Polish, or what?
Or maybe they just.
Or maybe it was one of the
They
was it the
rebelled.
Danish?
Or maybe they had sharper spears over there and they just knew how to defend themselves. Maybe it was the part
Dude.
was up on the mountain. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Yeah. Wow.
But anyway, Phil brought up Trump, and the 4th part was the people that were here, like the original indigenous people.
Oh, got it. Yeah, the sharper spears and stuff.
So
No, I'm
maybe-
pretty sure they were past spears at that point, right, Meme Kid? Right?
like they had guns.
Or
and
maybe they
stuff?
did have. I don't know. Dude, Dad, have you heard about the story of John G. Payton,
No,
the island of cannibals?
no, that's pretty
Dude,
exciting.
it's crazy. This guy, John G. Payton, is a Scottish Presbyterian
Oh.
missionary who goes out to this island in the New Hebrides, and he goes to
And
a
it's a
place where
cannibal
people
island.
eat. Yes,
Uh-huh.
they eat people.
Did they eat him?
They ate people. No, one tribe though that brought them to the island safely with safe passage. Warred against, like they brought them to the island and they lived there, and the night of their first arrival, they were attacked by another tribe on the island who they're trying to reach out to, right?
Right.
But the tribe that gave them safe passage pursued them out into the forest with muskets and stuff. And all these natives had muskets because different people would come to the island and give them stuff in
Trade.
exchange for things.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times it's bullets, fish hooks, and
They were
muskets.
armed.
Yeah. So they pursued them into the woods, and then that night the same people who had guided them to the island were eating the enemies of their and bathing in the blood in the springs with the enemy tribe. You know. So
Yeah.
the people who brought them ate humans that night.
But it was their enemies they ate. Not
It was the
missionaries.
enemies they ate. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Because there's tons of different. There were tons of different tribes on this island.
And when they offered the missionary just said, "Oh no, thank
No,
you."
no, they did that over at the springs. In the morning, they asked one of their servants, because they had servants back then, you know.
Yeah.
So they had a native servant, and they asked, who they were like hiring and stuff specifically for hospitality. And so they're paying them, you know.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
But anyway, so they asked him like, "Hey, could you get some water for like some tea?" And he said, and then he went out and he came back without water. He said, "Sir, I don't think you want the water. It needs a couple more days to clear out of all the blood
All the
that
blood.
was in the spring. It's like this beautiful
Yeah.
spring in the center of the island, you know."
Wow.
And he's like, you don't. I think you're gonna
Nutty
want to
water.
skip out. Yeah.
Wow.
So they're like, yeah.
So
crazy.
So the missionary was never eaten, huh? Or was
The
he-
missionary, he had friends eaten, but John G. Payton lived and died in his old age.
Okay.
Crazy story about that. But anyways, Meme Kid
John G.
says,
Payton.
yeah, they
Meme
had
Kid.
spears, no muskets. The smart ones slave traded each other and had guns and clothes. I'm remembering fragments of the history here. Yeah, that sounds a lot about. Yeah.
The smart ones slave traded each other and had guns and clothes.
That sounds to me a
Seriously.
lot like Northwest Africa in the 1700s.
Nigeria?
When like all those Ghana, all those Northwest African countries that, took everybody from the East and slave traded them out to the Atlantic people to create the trans-Atlantic slave trade, which was started by those West African leaders who were rich.
God.
They were rich in gold. Did you know the
Because they
richest
stole
man
their-
to ever exist in the history of Earth was a king of an African, not technically an empire, but a country or a land in Africa, North Africa.
And he was involved in this slave business.
He
right?
might have had some slaves, but he was actually very philanthropic. He was very charitable with his giving away. He actually destroyed economies journeying, because he was Muslim, so he journeyed to Mecca, and he had to go from the coast of Africa, of West Africa, all the way to Mecca, which is somewhere in the Middle East. I don't even know where, honestly. Maybe Syria or something.
Probably Arabia.
And basically, on his journey, he brought with him. Think of like Abraham with his convoy,
camels and stuff.
Yeah, just a giant caravan of everything.
Supplies.
He started giving away gold. He was throwing away gold and to everybody. He was so insanely rich.
Why would they destroy an economy?
But it destroyed the economy because imagine if somebody went through town and they just gave thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to everybody in town, and it dilutes the price of the dollar. I'm talking tens of thousands of dollars to everybody. And so he went through all these towns and would give a bunch of gold to everybody, literally throwing it out of the cart. And he dropped the price of gold. There was a huge price drop in gold and salt, which he was giving away to everybody on his...
Wow.
And he made most of his money from the salt, actually, in Africa, which was, at certain times in history, more expensive than gold. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Salt was more expensive because of its value.
Usefulness, I
Yeah,
guess.
it just insane amounts of value.
Cool.
So
That's
he
amazing.
actually killed the price of gold from just giving it to everybody. I didn't, it
Wow,
recovered.
that's
But
interesting.
he destroyed economies, and because why do you need to work when you have all this gold? That king, let me look up what his name was. Richest man ever in history, African king. His name was Mansa Musa, I think. Yeah, Mansa Musa.
Mansa Musa.
And
he
I want to see his pilgrimage to Mecca. So he did a pilgrimage to there in the 1300s, spanning 2,700 miles, and he reportedly included his possession. It reportedly included upwards of 12,000 slaves, and each carrying 4 pounds of gold. Each was carrying 4 pounds of gold.
Yeah, 12,000.
Yeah. Do you want to hold Elijah more?
Sure.
Or you want to just? We could just have him chill in the bouncer next to us here.
Sure.
But yeah, isn't that crazy that Mansa
crazy,
Musa
man.
was the richest man to ever? He's more rich than like Elon Musk is with inflation accounted for and everything.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
12,000 people.
12,000 people just on his caravan.
Yeah.
Just on his caravan.
Man.
Yeah. Do you want me to hold him right now?
Sure, if you want to. Got his head.
Yeah, I think it'll be cool seeing like Elijah grow. Like on the stream, you can look back on the VODs and see Elijah growing and stuff.
Video record.
Yeah.
There you go, Elijah.
But yeah, isn't that crazy? Meme Kid says, fun fact, in the medieval times, pepper was worth its weight in gold. Wow.
Wow.
That's crazy. Pepper. And I think
Be a lot
salt
of pepper,
sometimes
I imagine.
had that same thing. Yeah. That's so insane, isn't
Second
it?
richest dude ever is Julius Caesar. He had like 30% of the world's gold, I think.
Wow. That's insane.
And is that king that had so much money? It's not. calculable. Oh, yeah.
Yep. It's literally not calculable. Yeah, Mansa Musa. And he was a Muslim man who made that epic, crazy, insane pilgrimage to Mecca that destroyed economies from his giving away, you know?
Yeah.
Isn't that wild that you could destroy economy by giving things away?
Yeah.
Just because of supply and demand.
Well, it depends on what you do with that. I mean, if you take
Yeah.
that gold and you start a trade business where you're
Exactly.
trading for either services
Exactly.
or something with people that do want it, that are not getting it for free.
Yeah.
It seems like you could do that. But
if
like,
everyone has it, then what happens?
Well, people a lot of times will choose laziness instead of diligence.
Right. Especially if they didn't earn it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Okay, I think we gotta get rid of that tree, I think.
You're learning some great things from my son Philip here, meme kid.
Okay. I guess we can... I think we might have to extend out the ridge a little bit to have more trees if we wanted more trees. But honestly... Let's see. I think we just have this. Hey, Elijah! How you doing? Yeah, feel free to be as comfortable. Whatever is comfortable for you is comfortable for him.
Sounds good.
So yeah, just his head is the only thing. His neck, he still can't fully support his neck on his own. But okay, I'm thinking we have to bring out this ridge a little bit more on the map, boys.
That guy, that's your dad.
But yeah, I remember. Meme Kid says I remember that I learned about some dude called Cecil Rhodes. Oh, I
Cecil
love
Rhodes.
Rhodes. The Rhodes electric piano.
Yeah.
Love Rhodes. Who
Great.
started one of the most successful gold companies in the world.
Have you ever
Wow.
played in a Rhodes yet? Just the sound
Like
online.
no, only in Ableton, exactly.
That's so
Only
cool.
in Ableton.
It's a great sound, huh?
It's a great lo-fi sound. It's so
it's
good
so
for
good.
lo-fi.
I played a real one, and it's pretty cool. And
Yeah.
then they had, Yamaha had a Yamaha Grand electric piano, which was cool. Played that one a lot. Played it for my school, in fact. But it belonged to my brother's church.
Yeah.
And he let me borrow it.
That's awesome. That's so
And
cool,
then
though.
John Payne and I did a lot of concerts with that Rhodes, so we did play
That's
the big
so
piano.
cool.
You didn't even have to plug it in.
What?
You didn't have to plug it in
'Cause it
but
was a
I could
battery
probably
powered?
Bang it a little bit louder.
Yeah.
Well, there's physical hammers in it.
Oh,
It
that's
just
so
sounds
cool.
better when it's you can't
Like
Dolby
amplify
hear
it? Yeah.
no one can
You
hear
need
it,
some
but-
sort of amplifier.
but
Yeah.
when you're right there. Well, you have to turn it on and plug
Yeah.
it in, and it goes through.
Wow.
But it was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
It definitely had a feel of a piano. It was a lot of fun to play, and we could put it kind of at an angle so that
Yeah.
I could sing and play it, and it was like kind of propped up, so the
Yeah.
keys were kind of diagonal, and it was fun. We did a lot of Saturday nights, a lot of concerts in the park and
Yeah.
and at the beach, and with John Payne.
That's
playing
pretty
bass.
cool.
You're gonna meet John Payne that week from tomorrow.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Hey.
Okay,
Yeah.
Meme Kid says he was a British dude who came to Africa. Also, what you're currently trying to attempt right now? Right now, I'm attempting to try to salvage this hill here. Not salvage it, but, I'm trying to upgrade it.
Do you like the
Oh.
wind or not the wind?
Do you hear that? I can, play notes on the guitar. I can have, harmonics activated by sneezing into it. Okay. What I'm trying to do is fix this hill. I think I have to do something creatively here. Okay. Wait. Oh, crap. Let's see here. I think I have to take all of this and bring it down. What's up, Elijah?
Too much wind from the fan?
Oh man, what's going on here? Why is it not? I think we need that.
I gotcha.
We're gonna need the other side of those. What is that? Oh, Elijah, you might want to hold him like on your chest like this.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'll get
Like,
that.
do you know how to
Yeah, I'll get that blanket real quick.
like this?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. This is my strategy right here.
Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm ready.
There we go.
Okay.
Nice.
There we go.
All right, perfect. And Meme Kid says also the town I live in, there's a giant telescope on the on the hill for space study specifically. That's awesome, like
Can you
astronomy.
use it, Meme Kid?
Dude, if you can use it, you better use it. That's like such
I mean,
a privilege.
Are you allowed to? Do they let him in? Do they let a 13-year-old in there?
That'd be awesome, dude. That'd be so cool.
Is it for free?
Yeah. Oh, Meme Kid says I can't. Well, maybe you can break in.
So maybe there's a cost, like they gotta pay, or you gotta be.
All right, there we go. Okay, finally that's done. Okay, it doesn't look as good as before, but wait a minute, I didn't extend it out at all. Oh no. Wait, did I extend it out?
Buddy.
Maybe I did.
I got
Let's
you.
see. We just gotta have this be
Hey,
hey, do you know that song?
hey, I'm rearranging it.
Rearranging it. Okay, let's make sure snow's on the bottom over here.
Snow's on the bottom.
Dun 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 dun
Dun dun dun.
dun 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 dun. Okay, I think we should just get rid of this hill right here. I really think this hill is doing not a lot of good to us. Dun 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 dun. Okay, what can we do here to make this more better? To make it better, I think what we want to do is just extend this actually. And then we can use a corner, this corner right here. And then perfect.
Blender.
Yeah, isn't Blender so cool, Dad?
Does Meme Kid have a copy of Blender on his computer?
Meme Kid, do you have Blender yet?
It's
Meme
free.
Kid doesn't have a very good like computer. Well, I mean, like you could speak for yourself, Meme Kid, but maybe you could run Blender. But it is a pretty resource intensive, I find. Yeah, you've had it before? That's awesome. Did you get very far into like learning it?
It's complicated, isn't it?
It's complicated, all right. Yeah.
Is it
Okay,
complicated
water
for
plus
you, Phil?
snow. Yes. Yes, it is.
But you're scratching the surface.
But I'm scratching the surface, and repetition is key, I think. In wait, what the? Gee, okay, yeah, and then learning. You know, even though there's a million things to learn about Blender, right? Like texture paint, shading, animation, rendering, compositing, geometry nodes, scripting. I don't need to learn that stuff. All I need to know is the UV map editing and this for this specific task.
Gotcha.
Now in the future when I encounter
UV
something
editing, and what else?
and this main window, I don't even know what's called, the viewport or something like that.
Okay.
But
But texture. What about texture?
well, that's just not something I need to worry about right now.
Okay.
For my current task.
Okay.
But if in the future when I run into something where I need to learn a new skill, I could just learn that skill now, you know?
The trees don't need grain. The rocks don't
Well,
need
that's
rock.
somebody else's job in the Pal Vista
Oh, he's got somebody for
space,
that.
you know?
Okay.
So, but I think the UV map, you know, everything inside of Photoshop here, that's where the textures of the tile set at least come from. Is there's all these different things inside of Photoshop here, right? So there's water, there's rock,
Yeah.
There's all these different things.
Well, Meme Kid, why don't you just download the newest copy of Blender?
Well, why would he? Meme Kid, do you want to edit the map? Steven has given the map to everyone. He could rule the world if he wanted to. Yeah.
You got Blender at 13.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Meme Kid says my laptop has a 3050. Oh, that should be good enough. I only had it because I needed to mod a certain game. Do you hear this, Dad? He's modding video games at his age.
Okay, modding.
And younger than him.
Okay.
His age. But yeah, Meme Kid says, I don't know. I don't think it'd be good at this time.
So Blender
Yeah.
won't help you with video games?
No, it does. What he's saying is it did help him with video games.
Okay.
Is that what you said? Wait. Where am I trying to go
Can't
here?
wait till Master Blender.
Yeah, if you really couldn't wait, you'd have your laptop open right now and you'd be doing it.
You know, I've got my Blender on laptop. On laptop. Okay. Guess I'll go get my laptop.
maybe tomorrow during our day we could do
Okay.
some of it. Yeah.
Elijah, go get my
But Dad,
Elijah,
I'd love to hop
Elijah,
on a
go get
Zoom
my
call
laptop.
with you live on stream if you have the free time to learn Blender, and then we could do some Blender stuff together for Pal Vista
Yeah.
together live on Zoom, and I could teach you at least the little bit that I know because
That'd be great.
you know it's not that I know what I was trying to say is it's not that I know everything about Blender. It's just that I've now gotten fluent in these few tasks.
Sure,
So I'm able to have a
it's neat.
full conversation while my brain is just, you know, I'm not thinking,
it's
okay,
like an
now I'm
intro.
going to click this one. Now I'm going to click this one.
Because you already trained yourself.
It's just,
and
it just
into
comes
your
so,
subconscious.
right. And the reason why it was so easy for me to pick it up in the last 3 days, I've only been doing this for 3 days,
3 days.
is because you took me to that Blender class
Yep.
in what, 2016, 17? Some point in that
About that
era.
time,
Yeah. And it stuck with me. Yeah. Meme Kid says, good old Thunderstore did not support modding the game I was attempting to mod. Oh, that sucks.
You mean Blender did not support it, huh?
No, Thunderstore. So Blender can do anything.
Okay.
Almost anything that, you know, it's supposed to. But he's
Yeah,
talking about some sort of
create-
other thing.
Create stuff. So does AI enter into Blender now?
There's ways to make 3D objects using AI.
Okay.
But I don't know how to do it. But there's
Okay.
yeah, you give it a 2D image, it'll be like, okay, here's what I think, here's what the AI says, here's what I think the 3D model should be like. Boom, 3D model of Elijah holding, or sorry, Grandpa holding Elijah.
Yeah.
You just snap a photo, and then it'll just say, oh, this is what it should look like, and then you spin yourself around. Do you remember? It's sort of like, it's almost like that old iPad app you had in the past, where you took 8 photos from all a bunch of angles, and then you put it into the app, and now you got a 3D model of yourself.
Okay.
Do you remember that? It's an
No.
old iPad app you had back at Bear Creek,
Wow.
where you took 8 photos, spun around them as they stood still, and then suddenly you have this 3D model
Yeah.
of a person that you took 8 photos of. But you can
probably
imagine
used
how
it.
it works, right?
Yeah.
You can imagine how
Yeah.
that'd work.
Yeah, it sounds like the
Yeah.
8 makes sense because you got the in betweens.
Let's do snow on the top here.
The 4, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Like a rough low poly model. Meme Kid says, I think I've seen that before. Yeah, isn't that cool? Oh, and Thunderstore is a modding software. Wow. So it wasn't compatible with Blender. That is odd.
So mod stands for modeling.
Mod stands for modifying, actually. Modifying. So people will play games. What's a game you're aware of? Tetris, Pac-Man. What's a game you're familiar with, Dad? Pac-Man?
Okay, Pac-Man.
Pac-Man, yeah. So let's look up Pac-Man mod. So somebody out there has modified Pac-Man to do something that the original game did not have.
Okay.
So the original Pac-Man, you can only go in like those fixed hallways, right?
Uh-huh.
But now look at this. This guy's making Pac-Man so that there's a whole nother level and different things like that.
Okay.
Look, you found a secret, and it's like you're modifying the current game mode to do certain like weird things.
I see.
So I wish I had a better example. People modify different games, like Half-Life is one that Meme Kid and I I think, played a modded version of, where you can swap out the character models for like Homer Simpson. So like imagine if I was like playing PAL Vista, but I modded it so that instead of it pulling the character model that I'm wearing right now, imagine if it was just Homer Simpson walking around. You know, people can modify the game by going into the game files and then swapping around the assets. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Sweet. Awesome. Guys, I think we made a ton of great progress today.
Good job.
I think right here is where we'll stop off.
Phil.
But yeah, thank you, Dad.
I'm proud of my son, Phil.
Thank you, Dad. I appreciate that. I used to play Pac-Man on arcade machines. No, that was a different game. A mod is different than that. Steam is great for modding. Yeah. Dude, Steam is very family friendly for modifying games for sure. So modding is short for
Modifying.
That's true. That's true. All right. Peace out, guys.
Peace out.
See ya.